Hey, what's going on, everybody? Ian Douglas, author of this website. Y'all know me by now. Been doing this for more than a year, but welcome to the stream. I thought I'd do something a little different tonight. I'm going to nerd out on some Lego, and we've got some 3D printing going on. And I thought I'd just try something a little different for the night. You're welcome to drop by and chat and you know how things are going. Hey, Scrollmaster, good to see you in chat. Yeah, I'm just going to do something a little different. So what I want to do is show this. So this is what I'm going to be building tonight. My kit came in. So for those that know Amish Ace here on Twitch, Amish Ace and a number of other Lego streamers, Zach M. Rutledge, AZ Pinoy, Frank Nudo, they all got together and they were doing this fundraiser called Stand Up to Cancer. And anybody that donated got put into a drawing. And this was the grand prize, and I won that grand prize. So it came in the mail yesterday while I was out of town, and I'm like, oh, not there to like actually get the thing, but I got it right here. So I'm gonna open it up on stream. We're gonna unpack it a little bit and maybe do some of that. And one of the 3D printers that I've been waiting for a while finally came in. So that's printing some of the giveaway stuff that we got going on. And as promised, I'm going to be doing some off hours streaming so that I can like talk about like the giveaway things that I'm doing. So that's not what's printing right now, but I'm going to be printing this one next in a silver, kind of a shiny, glittery sort of silver color. We've also got like land speeders and stuff like that I'll be gradually rotating through and so on. So yeah, so I thought I would just do something a little different tonight and nerd out on some of this stuff. So that's what we're gonna do. So this is my overhead view, and this is the box. The camera's not awesome. Not much I can really do about that unless I actually swap out the camera. Not unfeasible. If this view gets like really horrible, then I'll probably swap the camera and might be able to actually bring it closer to the desk as well. Because it's pretty zoomed out right now. But yeah, it's blurry, I know. But I mean, part of it's that so you can't read the you can't read my address on there. But although if any of you got 3D printed dragons from me from previous giveaways, then you'll have my address anyway. But yeah, you can do !! giveaway at any point tonight, and that'll give you an entry into the monthly giveaway. And so we're gonna keep it open for a little while. We'll do a drawing or two, perhaps, this evening. Over the course of the evening, we'll kind of play it out, see how it goes. We'll get this Lego unpacked and started on the Lego. If I move this window out of the way, you'll actually see some of the parts of my Voron build that I'm putting together up here. So these are like some of the gears and stuff like that. So I'm just kind of putting this window over for now just to kind of hide that mess. Yeah, I thought I'd get into some Lego over here, but yeah, this thing's actually hanging from my ceiling. I'll see if I can get it a little bit closer. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for entering. Anybody else that drops by, if you're viewing, if you're watching, go ahead and do ! giveaway. All that's over there in the chat. You can go check that out. Go do this ! giveaway in chat. Why is my X1 so slow? I have it in like normal speed mode right now. I actually haven't figured out a way to like tell it to go into like ludicrous speed or go plaid or anything like that. I haven't found that option yet on the front display that says like speed it up, slow it down. The only speed settings that I've seen are actually in the studio software itself. Not too worried about it, but I also told it to do ironing on every layer, and even with ironing and normal speed, it's still printing this in half the time that my Prusa would do the same thing. So it's great. I mean, so far it's turned out really good. Did a 24-minute benchy and it came out perfect. Did a couple of like their little maker coin in multiple colors, and those all came out nice. Also did one of these little like puzzle cube things that you put together. This printed out like pretty clean. I mean, there are a few things on it that I would probably improve if I were to go back and like re-slice it. But this was actually the first test, completely untuned slicer settings or whatever. But this was just what they sliced, and I put in a generic PLA, and this is what printed out, and I'm really happy with it. Like, the tolerances on it are just, they're great. Printing that little puzzle cube turned out really good. So yeah, so as soon as this Imperial shuttle is done, that you see in the window over here right now, as soon as that's done, I'm going to do a Millennium Falcon in that same sort of glitter silver, and those will be part of the Star Wars package giveaway. I do have the MS, yeah, and yeah, Fix'em Dude. So I got written permission from Fix'em Dude that I can give away his models for people that donate. And we did have a PayPal donation come in, and so we bumped up this by $20. So big thank you to Blacksmith Pop for the donation. Yeah, so any donation I'm going to keep track of, and I'm going to figure out like what can I send them. And so I'm going to reach out to Blacksmith Pop and find out, you know, what kind of package he would like. Find out if he wants like a Star Wars package or a Star Trek package. We drew a winner on Sunday, and so that person chose a Star Trek package, so they're going to get one of the random Star Wars things. Donations, I'll probably put like 2 or 3 things in a package and mail those out. And then the big giveaways are still in the works, so I'm waiting for some of that to arrive and so on. Bye, Night. How's it going? Thanks for dropping by. Thought I'd nerd out on some Lego and some 3D printing tonight, something a little different. We'll do the regular stream tomorrow. We got a guest on the stream tomorrow. If I have the AMS, then the most important question, what is my poop bucket? Actually, right now, my poop bucket is a tiny little dish, and I've only had one little tiny piece of poop that it does actually while it purges from one color to the next. And it was very, very minimal. When I did the maker coin, it actually came up with like a tiny, tiny little purge tower, and it just purged on there and didn't poop out the back. The only time that it pooped was when I went from the orange of the last part of the maker coin to the silver to do this little puzzle. That's the only time it did a little bit of poop, and it was like the size of a dime, maybe. It wasn't very much at all. So pretty happy about that. But yeah, it's all on all the latest firmware and latest build of the slicer software. So this is what you're seeing over here. The Imperial shuttle that it's printing is the first thing that I have sliced to print on the printer. I do have a much bigger one in the works, but we'll talk about that towards the end of the month. I have to finish digitally painting it and slicing it and get it printed, or get a few of them printed. But I'm probably going to 3D print one of my favorite things in multiple colors. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. So the purge hasn't been too. I mean, so I haven't done like an Omnom level kind of like multicolor print. This would probably poop out a whole bunch because every layer it's got to go through like lots of different colors. I haven't done a print like this to see that kind of like purge yet. The maker coin that it did, it was effectively a filament color change between layers. So it printed the coin in white and it printed the lettering in orange. And so it didn't really have to purge much at all. And so it built up this little tower, and then when it switched to orange, it like purged on that little tower. And that tower was like the size of a quarter. It was very, very small. And it was very thin. Like it wasn't like solid or anything like that. And so it just purged a tiny bit of orange and then went and finished making the maker coin. And that all turned out great. You've heard the X1 purge is bad. I've heard that too. But you can also go in and tune it. You can say, like, if I'm tuning from something into white, then it has to be longer. Like, anytime you're going from a very strong color to a very light color, like going from a black to anything or going from a red to anything, you need to purge longer. But if you're going from, like, yellow to white, the purge doesn't need to be as big. And when you're going from a light color to a strong color, you don't need the purge to be as big. So going from white to red wouldn't need as much purge as going from red back to white. Same thing if I was going from white to black, it needs a very minimal amount of purge because black comes out so strong. And so you can actually go in and tune a little bit based on the colors that you're putting in the AMS. And so someone on the Facebook community actually came up with a really cool chart, a table of, you know, if you're going from this color to this color, like this is my recommended sort of purge settings. And so I'm gonna try that once I get into the multicolor stuff. Not quite there yet. How did I do the multicolor Omnom? So this was done on a Palette 2. And this was actually done several years ago, and his antenna on top broke off. but his eyeballs and his teeth are actually a glow-in-the-dark green. And then there's a little bit of ghosting that you can kind of see on the eyeball. Tiny bit. It's a little hard to see on the camera, but you can see it in real life. But like where his eyes are, there's like a very slight shade of gray kind of band on the eyeballs, but it's really slight. Yeah, so this was done on a palette 2, and the palette 2 takes 4 colors as well. And I believe did this one using the P2PP community project. It's like the palette 2 Python print parser or something. I don't know. They've got some weird name for it. But it's a community-driven Python script that you attach into, or that you connect through the Prusa slicer, and then when it prints, it helps the palette like figure out how to purge things and so on. Well, not how to purge, because it doesn't purge on a palette, but it really minimizes the amount of waste. Like really drastically reduces the amount of waste. And so between the updates that Palette has done, as well as this community project, you get very little waste purge towers on the Palette anymore. If you get all that stuff tuned up. Still have to send my Palette 3 back. I've been procrastinating on that since June. It's literally sitting like on the other side of where I sit here, and there's a box ready to go. I just got to put it in the box and tape it up and call DHS or DHL to come pick it up one of these days. So yeah, go ahead and do exclamation point giveaway. And get in the daily giveaway. We'll draw like 1 or 2 names for that. And I'll see if while you're all doing that, so go ahead and do exclamation point giveaway. Get in the giveaway. While you're doing that, I'm gonna see if I can get this camera a little bit closer. Apologies in advance if you have motion sickness. You might want to look away because this whole view down here, this green grid, is gonna get really shaky for a minute. So bear with me while I do that. And if it still looks horrible, then I'll see if I can swap out the camera to another one of these, the Elgatos. So give me a second. Yeah, it's a little better. I know it's still going to be blurry, but still going to nerd out on some Lego either way. Whoa, dude, good to see you. Been using Excalidraw for whiteboarding, for projects. Is this marketable skill? I mean, if you're doing front end, then yes. If you're doing back end, I would say most drawing things like that, I wouldn't bother putting on a resume. I don't think there's a ton of value for that. That's just my take on it. Just realized that's... Seems straight along the bottom, but the corner over here, like this edge over here, seems like it's a little off. Well, but yeah, we're gonna dig in on some Lego. I have another chat screen up on a computer over here, so I can kind of pay attention to chat. But let me know in chat how well you can hear over here, where I'm not talking directly into the mic. Audio significantly worse, or is it tolerable? My audio level is lower than you. Let's see about moving the microphone. Let me know. Audio is... Well, I mean, my audio is always kind of bad. Like, worse than usual, then I'll see if I can make it over on the side or something. Yeah, when I face it, okay. See what I can do. I wonder. Well, the overhead camera apparently has a microphone, but it doesn't seem... Let's see if I can enable that mic. It might be a little better. Or the other thing I could do... Actually, let me do this. How about now? How's my audio quality? So it's actually so volume-wise, whether I'm facing this way or should be the same. I'm still gonna go through the same audio is probably about the same. So about the same. It's always bad. What I've heard. Yes, to do the capture webcam app. Yeah. So that's basically what I'm doing here. Is I've doing application capture whatever. And it's not the best view. But hey, I'm not a Lego streamer, so bear with me. Lego guys, man. But yeah, we got some neat parts in here. So this is the bricker build. You go back over to that. So this is basically what I'm gonna be. Go ahead and get in that giveaway. I saw who gave us that drive-by. Finite Singularity gave us a drive-by. Finite, if you're still in chat, you're allowed to go enter the giveaway. You're still there? Alright. So do exclamation point giveaway. Get in the giveaway. There's only a couple of you in the giveaway for tonight. Only 2 of you that entered. Come on, there's 7 of you viewing right now. I'm no mathematician, but I think someone hasn't entered yet. Number of bags to go through. I don't even know if I'm. Meantime, we're gonna do some giveaways. Sit around and nerd out. So we got 6 bags of Lego to get through. Very well packaged up. These are all just standard stock parts. Seeing there's nothing custom in here whatsoever. And what I want to do is I want to try and figure out if I can mount it like across the lights or something up here. So once I build it and I get an idea how heavy it is, what I might do is I might adapt some of these little hexagon grid patterns, these darker black patterns that you see in between the lights. Those are just 3D printed things. What I want to see is if I can like 3D print those with like a little hook on it, and I can like rest the saber on that, so you'll see it on the lights. That's what I'd love to do. All right, Finite's in the giveaway. Good deal. So 3 of you have entered. So right now you got pretty good chance of winning a giveaway. And so as a reminder, the giveaway are just these little kit cards. Back over the screen. So it's going to be these little kit cards that you just break apart and you build a little toy. It's not necessarily going to be a land speeder or a Millennium Falcon, but you're going to get to choose. So when you are selected, you can say, I want a holiday pack, or I want a Star Wars, or I want Star Trek, or I want some kind of toy, and that toy is going to be something like a catapult, something like that. So I'm still working on some of those. And then if you want to donate to the fundraiser, you can do Bang Donate and get my PayPal information from there, and that'll tell you how to donate. And then donations over $20, I'm going to like package up a bunch of these and ship them to you. So if you do a donation, I'm going to mark an entry in the giveaway thing. Then I'll contact you and figure out like what kind of package do you want, or do you want like one of everything, or do you want like several Star Wars? Do you want Star Wars and Star Trek? Because you're like extra nerd. That sort of. Yeah. So we got some QR codes for the Bricker build. Hold on. 323 area code. California. Don't know you. Not answering. So it's pretty cool. They give you a QR code with a full parts list, another QR code with the instructions, and a QR code to leave a review. So a note from the designer. The saber has grown throughout its history to become an icon of the Mandalorian people. Whilst its design has been altered throughout the years, it's always retained its distinct black blade and sword-like shape, which remains unique amongst other sabers. I designed this version off its live-action appearance from the Mandalorian series. This brick-build version breaks the traditional bricker-build saber mold by being only one brick thick at the edge of the blade, helping to achieve its sword-like blade. The textured grip on the handle provides an authentic yet functional grip for wielding this sacred weapon of Mandalore. And luckily, you don't have to beat the owner in combat to own this awesome replica. That's great. And so these folks are based in Canada. And so they shipped this down from Canada. It took a minute to get here, but I'm super excited to start. So we got a number of bags to go through. So I think I might try and find that other camera, because I can do optical. Find the camera, plug this one, the other one in. So give me a minute. I'll be around. Listen to some fun little arcade music in the background, and I'll be back in a sec once I find it. Alright. News. Found the camera. Bad news is. Unplug the here. This one is BD1 in the background, made of Lego. Yes. Okay. Actually found a light kit that you can buy from these. So found a light kit. Death Star trench run sitting over here on actually with the TIE fighters propped up on boxes trench run. They've got little light kits that flex. Like so on the BD1 his eyes light up and there's like a light over on the side of his head, makes his body plug it in. Right, I'm gonna unplug this one overhead camera. Okay. everybody else up to? By the way, go check out game Ace Track. Pretty easy. There's my curtain, at least. Sec. Actually, you. Being clipped at the low end, so you let me do this. Switch back to this one for a minute while I'm getting this figured out. Yeah, thanks, RC. Appreciate the heads up on the audio. Some of that is the crisp plugin just being a pain in the butt. It's a little too aggressive with the noise canceling. And there's not a lot I can do. Yeah. Literally grabbed a single frame. Stopped. Still on, but it's. Hey, Blacksmith Pop. Business trip was good. Appreciate your donation. So we got your donation in here. Blacksmith Pop, send me your name and your address again. So I did say that people that donated get a thank you in the mail. And Fix and Dude gave me permission to give out a bunch of his models. So let me know if you want Star Trek, Star Wars, holiday, or toys. Now I'll find appropriate things to send your direction. So send me a whisper or whatever on Twitch and give me some details. Finance gonna lurk. All right, cool. All right, well, let's see what's going on. So I got the camera. Let's see. It was on. Fix him, dude. Hey, fix him, dude. Hey, fix him, dude's here. I haven't tried any of the cards on the bamboo. So yeah, I'm trying one of your. It's the Imperial Shuttle, I think. Is that one's your model, right? The Imperial Shuttle. Pretty sure it's one of yours. So yeah, it's printing right now in. Oh gosh, it's one of those really exotic films. Well, Alchemy Elixir Silver or something. It's like really, really nice, silky, sparkly kind of silver, and it's printing beautifully on the bamboo right now. Yeah, fix him, dude. Really appreciate the help with the donations for the giveaways this month. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, it's printing in. It's kind of a silky, sort of sparkly film. That well, sparkly is it? Well, I'll take a better look at it once it's finished. Doesn't have too long to go. Almost done according to that progress bar that we see on the screen. Got this with the camera. But I might need to go around the other side. I'll fix it. Be right back. Plug on the back of the computer instead of on the front of the computer. Makes any difference? Or no. How many people have been having issues with silk on the bamboo? Yeah, so so this thing that I printed earlier, this little puzzle piece, this was Polymaker Silk Chrome, and it printed fine. There's no issues at all. Got some Area 1 red, orange silk to try with Bugman Gaming Cauldron. Oh, sweet. I haven't even seen that model yet. If you have a link to that model, can you throw it in chat? Be happy to check out. Let's see. Hey, we got live camera over here. So let's orders. All the junk on my desk. A little better. Now it's better. It's going to be a little grainy, and some of that's just light. Turn on an overhead light, but it's going to really wash me out on this camera. So you'll see things a lot better. Well, kind of. large one. All right. It's featured on printables today. All right, let me go check that out. Screen. So this is what I'm about to get into and build. Let's see what we got over here. Oh, flaming cauldron. Oh, cool. Yeah, that looks like it would be a fun one to digitally paint. I wonder if I could do the cauldron in like a color changing filament and then just do the oh, you know what I want to do now? I've got a red gold filament that I want to do for the fire. It'll change from red to gold as a transition filament. I've got brown, well, I've got kind of a, it's like a charcoal rust gold color that I could use for the logs. What could I use for the cauldron itself? I got a handful that I could use on the cauldron itself. That would be fun. Yeah, I'm gonna nerd out on that. I have a second X1 C coming with the AMS someday. I have no idea when. I pre-ordered off of their site the day that we could in the US, so I've got a second one coming, and I've got a Voron build on the go. That's some of the other junk that you see on my desk. Let me see if I can turn up that one light a little bit. That ends up being too bright. Let's go back over to here. That's almost too bright now. Let's warm it up a little. Warm it up, be a little less bright. That's maybe a little better. Yeah, here's my Voron build going over here. Yeah, I think we'll get into some Lego. Don't have very long left to go on that print. Sitting at 99%, so it's going to finish any moment. So I've got it doing ironing on the top layers, and it took about an hour and a half to print this with a 0.6 nozzle, with 0.3 layer height, I believe. So yeah, hoping the tolerances are going to work out okay. If this prints fine, then I'm going to redo the Millennium Falcon in silver. So I did it in this one was a glint gold from filament 1, I believe, and it came out really nice in the gold, like, you know, like really nice. Actually, I'm pretty happy with it. Cool. Well, wiped off the nozzle. Looks like it's done over there. Sweet. So I'm gonna let that cool down a little bit. While that's going, I'm gonna that one off the print bed. Let's go drag on the Falcon. Save as Falcon. See how long this one's going to take. 2 hours and 8 minutes. Unacceptable. That's actually going to come out pretty nice. One thing that I haven't seen in the Bamboo Studio yet is the... oh, you know what? It is going to cause a problem. I'm not going to be able to do this with a 0.6 nozzle. See. Pan control. Oh, there it is. Right here. So these pieces are completely disconnected with a 0.6 nozzle. It's not, doesn't seem to be adjusting for that. Let's see. Anybody has a bamboo and they happen to know how to tell to compensate for thin walls, where I might find that. Other skirt, time tower, flush, special, any of that. Normally there's like, you know, detect thin walls or something, and it like prints the wall anyway. Anybody happen to know where that is in the bamboo slicer? Oh, detect thin walls. I'm staring right at it. See if that fixes it right here. Yep, there we go. I mean, it made a single layer of filament, and there still looks to be a bit of a detachment right here. So I'm curious whether it will actually print anything out there or not. Because every layer, it looks like it's detached on every layer. Oh, sorry, I just realized you can't see what I see. It looks detached on every layer right there. Which is a little weird. You'd think that it would just, you know, do this whole path and then, you know, do whatever other learning it needs to do. So, tech thin walls wasn't enough. Infill direction. Combination. Combine several automatically combine sparse infill several layers to print together in order to reduce time. I want to see, like, is there... I guess it would be the extrusion width, maybe? There we go, default width. I wonder if I could just do some of these. This is on every layer, so it's going to be more than just the first layer. I wonder if I bump this up, that would have an impact on that. Makes it worse. No impact at all. In fact, it made this line even worse. I'm trying to bump that up. All right, let me zoom up because that's where I was. Oh, it's got some little bridge overhangs I never noticed before. Oh, those aren't supposed to be bridged overlaps. The Mark III printed this piece right here. The Mark III printed this completely solid. The bamboo slicer wants to put a hole in it. XY hole. Holes in objects will be grown or shrunk. Positive values will make holes bigger. Negative values make holes smaller. We have assembly issues. Yeah, let's try that. I want to do negative. I want to make the holes smaller. Contour compensation. Is that like, is this the elephant's foot? No, elephant foot's underneath it. Using this is. All right, we'll get there. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Ian Douglas. I'm the author of this website. Normally, I'd be yammering on about career development and interview preparation, but we're off hours tonight. Normally, I stream Sunday and Thursday. Tonight, we're doing some 3D printing. We're going to get into some Lego. That made some of it better and some of it worse. Oh, odd. Go back over to the actual preparation. Yeah, see, it's supposed to be solid all the way through. It's something in the slicers chopping it up. But at least it's solid on the bottom layer there. These These parts are reattached at least. Doesn't have that tiny little gap in there. So maybe this one will be okay now. What's that new, the Arachne engine or whatever that they've got in the Prusa slicer? I don't think they've built that into the bamboo slicer yet. I think if they had, then, or if they've got a build of it, then I think that that would fix a lot of the stuff. I've been really impressed with that Arachne engine on the Mark III. But you know what? It's going to take 2 hours to print. What the heck? Let's give it a shot. Let me go pull the other print off the printer, and we'll get this one started. So yeah, if you're hanging out in chat, I am doing a month-long giveaway. So down at the very bottom of chat, like way down that way in the corner, you'll see !! giveaway. That'll give you an entry into the daily giveaway that I'm going to do in a little bit. And I might do a couple. So if you don't get chosen as a recipient on this round, there will be a second round. And every entry that you get every time I stream will get you an entry into the monthly giveaway at the end of the month, where I'm going to have something big to show and give away and have some fun with. So yeah, so go ahead and do ! Giveaway in chat and get an entry in there. I'm going to go pull a print off the printer. I'll be right back. Oh, fix 'em, dude. Here is your interceptor, your Lambda class shuttle in Polyalchemy Elixir Silver. And boy, this came out nice. Super smooth with the ironing on there. It came out really, really great. Sorry, let me go for this view so you can see it even better. Came out pretty nice on the X1. For a silk filament, the ironing came out pretty good. It's a little bit dark in here compared to other parts, but it actually gives a nice texture to it, where like the top panels are a little shinier and the panels underneath are not as shiny. This would be good for like a dark silver rub and buff. If I had some rub and buff, I might just do like a quick like really watered down black paint acrylic wash or something like that. I think that would give it some interesting sort of highlight and texture as well. Yeah, let me get this stuff off the print bed, and I'll go get the Millennium Falcon started. Yeah, it came out really, really nice. So far, I'm doing okay with the print surface on this. It's still just the sticker sheet. I did order one of their textured sheets, and I got a third-party textured sheet from some other guy that was selling them on the Facebook group a couple of weeks back. Actually, a little over a month ago. The glue stick is really holding that on. Might go use a scraper to get that off. And that came out nice. Like looking at the bottom layer of it, the bottom layer came out really, really great. I know the lighting's not going to be terrific, but it's super silky smooth on the bottom for sure. Little tiny bit of glue stick on there, like didn't overdo it on the glue stick. It actually came out really nice for a 0.6 nozzle. I'm assuming, Fix 'em Dude, that the little hole in this top wing is to like, if you wanted to hang it like an ornament or something like that. This model's incredible. Like all your stuff, dude. Like you got some talent, man, for putting this stuff together. It looks really great. really impressed with this. I have to print a batch of these things for myself. That's exactly what it's for. All right, cool. Let's get the Falcon printing over there. To do the bed leveling, do the flow calibration anymore. That'll speed it up a little bit. I was saying on the stream, one of the things I haven't figured out either is like how to tell it to go from like normal speed to sport to ludicrous. Like someone was commenting earlier. I think RC Maniac was commenting earlier, like, "Why is your X1 so slow?" It's like, I haven't found the little slider yet that says like, you know, go to ludicrous speed or go plaid or anything like that. So I've only been able to do that on the printer itself. I haven't even found it on the interface on the printer. Where do you find that on the printer? I've gone through like several of the screens on there and I haven't seen where to adjust the speed. I mean, I'm sure it's on there, but I haven't seen it yet. It was while printing, don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. Like I was looking through the menus while it was printing as well, and nothing like popped out like, oh, there's where that's at. No, it like eating in the wrong filament. Didn't tell it to use that filament. What the heck? What are you doing? Load. I don't want that filament. Pick the wrong one. I gotta tell it to switch filaments. It's one thing I don't like about the printer is it doesn't let you pick which color from the AMS. Like literally all I did on that model was delete the other one that I had on the print bed, put the other one on the print bed, hold it to slice and send it to the printer, and it tried to pick a completely different filament. It's like I didn't tell it to change the filament. I didn't tell it which. Like apparently in the slicer, you don't get to tell it which position of the AMS to draw the filament from. That seems a little funny to me. So, thanks Fixum Dude for dropping by. Appreciate it. Appreciate your help with the giveaway this month. Everybody go give Fixum Dude a follow and definitely check them out online. Let me go grab a link to Fixum Dude's stuff online. amazing designer, amazing person. Really happy to help people out with stuff. So let me go grab this, and we got fixhimdude.com. So go check out fixhimdude. Go get some of his merch, get a mug or a t-shirt or something. He's got an Etsy shop. You can donate directly to him. He's got models on all the platforms and stuff like that. Definitely go give him some support and some love. Fantastic person for sure. So yeah, found the one thing I don't like about the printer is you don't get to choose which color filament you're supposed to be getting. Saw a little bit of poop come out of the nozzle there. So it's an interesting little like cleaning mechanism that it's got. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get into some Lego here. So if you're lurking, my audio may get a little bit faint just because I'm not gonna be facing the microphone. I'm gonna be working on this other desk over here. But feel free to chat. I will be looking at chat on another computer. I just won't have that microphone activated. But feel free to just chat, and you know, I'll pay attention. If something big comes up, then I'll switch back over to the screen. But otherwise, let's get into some brick building. So again, what we're going to be working on tonight, we're going to be building the Darksaber from Bricker Builds. So I won this in a giveaway on Amish Ace's channel, and we're going to go give this a build. And then once I get it built and get a sense of how heavy it is, I'm going to see if I can mount it on these lights behind me. That won't be tonight, but that's going to be the end goal. Meanwhile, if you're hanging out and you're just dropping by, down on the very, very bottom, I wish I knew how to like make stuff sort of animate or pulse or something like that. But let me do. I can move these around. I want to make this like bang giveaway a little more prominent for everybody. Just chat. I'll make it a little more prominent for people to enter the giveaway. Yeah, feel free to do bang giveaway just over here in chat. Feel free to do that over here in chat. Do bang giveaway. I'm going to get into some brick build. Every time I stream, I'm going to do at least one giveaway. Donate to the fundraiser. I have permission from fixhimdude to send you several 3D printed models, which I'm happy to do. So any donation over $20 will go directly into this fundraiser, and then I'm matching all of this money. And I'm looking through 2 different organizations right now for sharing that up. I'm gonna pull up the instructions on this other computer here. Oh. Interesting. A little strange. They give you a QR code to scan to get the instructions. That's only going to come up on my phone. I got to figure out how to get it from my phone over to this other computer. But I will be paying attention to chat on that computer while I'm looking at the instructions and stuff like that. So, so we will open that in Chrome. Oh, it's a PDF file. All right. One megabyte download. It's not a small PDF. Yeah, if you want to say stuff in chat, feel free to say hi in chat. I will do my best to pay attention to that as I build. And if something comes up that requires more of my voice, then I'll swing back over to. Let's get into it. So. I'm just going to pull up the instructions on my phone. I'm going to kind of organize the pieces. I know it's really dark because of lighting and stuff. we're gonna organize our pieces. You know, I like doing Lego. Not a huge like professional Lego builder or anything by any means. I'm just a nerd who loves Lego. But I do like to sort out pieces, so I kind of have an idea of like where to think the different stages of the build. Will be dog hair. Yeah, feel free to say hi in chat and do exclamation point giveaway, get in the giveaway. And let's do a giveaway here. I'm gonna do a couple of giveaways, so if you're not selected as a recipient here, don't worry about it. We will do a couple. So giveaway daily. That's a command only I can do. But yeah, drum roll. All right, drum roll. Drum roll going in here. Squirrel Master 17. That's still in chat. You're still hanging around and lurking. Let me know in chat if you're there. If you're there, it's a conversation about the printed pack you would like. Squirrel Master. That's it. Hanging around in chat. Still lurking. Let me know if you're there. Turn on the overhead light. A little better maybe for light. How's my voice in chat? Is it overly quiet when I'm facing the other way? Or can y'all hear me okay? Let me know if you're hanging out in chat. Do bang giveaway. Doing a daily giveaway. We gave away. Well, we tried to give away one. We didn't hear back from Schoolmaster, so if we don't hear back from Schoolmaster, I'm going to do a redraw. But if you're lurking in chat, if you happen to be hanging out and you can hear the sound of my voice, do exclamation point giveaway in chat, and doing at least 2 giveaways tonight. First one was a no-show, so you got to be in chat to receive your gift. also curious how well y'all. If it's too quiet. Audio won't. Yeah. Otherwise, we got a Millennium Falcon printing over on the printer. It's one of our giveaway items. Feel free to let me know in chat. Hey, Highs and Balls, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, if you want to see any of the models that we'll be giving away, let me know. And the recipient of the giveaway, we'll let you choose. Do you want Star Wars, Star Trek, holiday themed, or toys? I've got a number of things to give away. But Highs and Balls, while you're there, since you're hearing me, this is normally the volume of how loud I'd be speaking. How well can you hear my voice if I'm kind of facing? Voice, like, can't hear me at all. Audio quality. That. Lego. Highs and Balls, let me know how well you can. Very quiet when I'm facing away. It only picks up some of what I say. Okay, that's good to know. Wonder. Yeah, give me a sec. Let me see if I can do something. Every grid streamer has redundancies. I've got 2 of this camera, so I plug the other one in up here for the Lego. I also happen to have 2 of the microphones. And the second microphone here into my system and switch over to that. Let me switch the mic over. Hold that. As opposed to I just wanted to. They've got so much stuff. Something. Lego. The mic's not working? It's not working at all? I see the audio level. You can't hear me at all right now? Free Heathen with the raid. What's going on? Thanks thanks for the raid. Thanks for the follows. Appreciate that. You can hear me now, but not with the other mic. That's strange. The exact same microphone. And I was seeing the audio level bounce in OBS. So what's going on, everybody? Just doing a little Lego building and a little bit of 3D printing. So the Bamboo Lab X1C came in, so I got it printing some stuff for our October giveaway. So feel free to do !point giveaway in chat. Even if you're just dropping by, you don't have to be a follower, but you will need to be present in chat when I do the drawing. Yeah, gotta love audio for sure. But yeah, thanks for Heathen for dropping by with your big party at 16. Hello, everybody. If you could do me a favor and just click on my name down at the very bottom of, like right under the video panel, so it'll count you as a viewer. I would appreciate that. But yeah, how's it going, for Heathen? What kind of stuff are you streaming tonight? Figured I'd do something a little bit different. Normally I'm here, I wrote this whole website, tech interview guide, and I usually help people out with like career advice and interview prep if you want a job in the tech industry. Tonight I'm just working on some Lego. So Amish Ace and several other brick builders here on Twitch, they got together and they were doing a charity fundraiser called Stand Up to Cancer. And one of their giveaways was a life-sized Black Saber replica from The Mandalorian, and I was the grand prize winner. So it came in the mail yesterday. I was actually out of town on a business trip, got back super late last night, and thought, you know what, since I'm going to be doing some extra streams specifically for the October giveaway, figured I'd do a Lego build and nerd out a little bit on some Lego and do some 3D printing and just change it up a little bit. But yeah, this is what we're going to be building tonight. It looks like it comes with a little hilt holder, but I want to see if I can 3D print something to like actually hang it on the wall and like mount it over the lights or something like that in the background. So I think that'd be fun. But yeah, super cool. They did a lot of work on the handle and stuff like that. So it looks like the part that I'm building right now is actually the hilt of the Darksaber. I mean, that alone is going to be pretty cool. So Matcha King 14, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. So yeah, you can do !point giveaway. You don't have to be a follower to get to join my giveaways. So even if you're just lurking in the background, you're welcome to do bang giveaway. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. I had a 24-hour trip to Las Vegas for work. I was giving a talk at somebody else's tech conference, and they wanted me there to do a chat about some stuff in the software industry. And so I went and did the talk, and it was great. It went really well. We met a lot of people, did a lot of networking, and then flew home. Like literally, I was there from, I landed at like 11 p.m. Monday night, local time. Got to my hotel, dropped my stuff off, went out for a bite to eat, got back to my hotel at like 1 a.m. Got up the next morning for a team meeting at 8 a.m. And then went right over to the conference, did my talk around noon. 4 p.m. went back to the airport. And my flight was like 8. So hung out at the airport, had some dinner, and got on an airplane. Came home. I watched what did I watch on the plane? Oh, The Martian with Matt Damon. Watched that on the plane. Hadn't seen that in a while. It was fun to watch that. And then started watching the Batman movie and fell asleep on the couch and woke up with a bad crick in my neck. So I went to bed and got up. Full work day today. Back at it. So yeah, it was a good day. Hope y'all are doing well. You're awful quiet in chat. All of you are real quiet. But yeah, appreciate the raid, for Heathen. Thanks for bringing your community by. I always appreciate it. So yeah, feel free to do bang giveaway. Happy to do a giveaway here soon for all of you that rated in. We'll do a quick little giveaway. So yeah, say something in chat. Let me know you're there. You can see in chat here right above, it's the October giveaway. Every time I stream, you can drop by and you can hang out in chat, do bang giveaway, and I'll be doing at least one daily giveaway every time I stream. And basically, they're going to be these little kit cards. I have permission from Fix'em Dude to give away Fix'em Dude models. And so I'm going to be printing out some of these little kit cards. This one's an Imperial Shuttle. I'm doing a Millennium Falcon that you can see over on this screen. So there's a Millennium Falcon printing like way over there in the interface. I also got holiday themed like little ornaments, and then I've got little toys that you can download, including this fun little catapult. All 3D printed, so all 3D printed parts, the little springs and everything on here. So this one's done in PETG. All the rest of them are going to be PLA. But what kind of printer do I have? I've got two Prusa Mark III's printers, and then the one that you see printing over in the window over there is the Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon, and it has a multicolor system called the AMS sitting up on top, and it's printing a kind of a silky silver color. So it's actually this color. So we just finished printing this this little Imperial Shuttle, and now it's doing a Millennium Falcon in the same color. I've also got the Millennium Falcon printed in kind of a sparkly gold color. This one's a little bit bigger than what's printing right now, but this is basically the kind of detail that you're going to get on it, and you basically put the whole thing together. So, you know, this is the top, this is the bottom, or vice versa. I forget. I think this one's the top. And then you've got this piece here that'll bend because it's all flexible, all just flexible plastic. So you'll bend it and put them together, and all the little, like these little tabs right here, will fit in on these little holes, like right here, kind of thing. And so it builds a little 3D model out of it. So you basically just cut all the little parts off, and I'll be sure to send instructions and so on. So if you get selected as the giveaway recipient, this one's got like a little hole right here, I think, to hang as an ornament. If you want to, you don't have to. You can just hang onto it and fly it around your house or whatever. Who am I to judge? So yeah, so I'll be giving those away. I've got some Star Trek themed ones, which are like little Star Trek ships. There's also like a Deep Space Nine model as well. These ones were not from Fix'em Dude. These are someone else's, but they're okay to give away for free. But if you want to donate, I'm raising money for a fundraiser for diversity in tech. The tech industry is full of a lot of guys that look like me, a lot of white dudes in tech. And I'm raising money for a foundation whose primary goal is to increase diversity in the tech industry. And so back in June, we raised $5,000 for the first half of the year, hoping to raise $1,500, which I'm matching. So if we can raise $1,500 here, I'm throwing in another $1,500 on top of that. So we'll have about $3,000 to give away. Yeah, so I'm pretty excited about that. It's something that I believe in. In January, we're going to reset. We're going to keep doing it. Although next year, we're probably going to make it like a year-long giveaway. And it'll just be like all year round. And we'll do like quarterly giveaways. Right now, I'm doing like big monthly giveaways twice a year. I think next year, I'm going to try and do them quarterly. So yeah, so I've got the X1 Bamboo, or the X1C from Bamboo. I've got a second one coming. And I'm building a Voron 2.4, 350 millimeter. So it's a big, beefy boy. So that one's pretty fun to put together. You can see some of the parts over here on my desk. I've kind of hiding them. You know, if I move this window out of the way, well, it's actually covered with Lego now. But yeah, I've got some of the parts hanging out on my desk. I moved the Voron stuff off so I could work on some Lego tonight. Blacksmith Hop says it's nice to see more and more diversity in IT these days compared to 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, for sure. Heisenball says 3D printing is probably one of the coolest things about living in the future, for sure. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to get into 3D printing. I've really enjoyed it. It's been fun as a hobby. I've been doing it now for... Gosh, when did I start teaching? 2017? Late 2017, I've been 3D printing. Since like September, October. I think October 2017 is when I first started doing 3D printing. Somewhere around here, I have the very first 3D print that I actually kept. One of them, it was like the Taz, the Lulzbot Taz printer, and it's the little octopus. It's like throwing the devil horns. They call it the Rocktopus. And I printed like a bunch of those just to learn about 3D printing, and then I printed an Om-Nom from Cut the Rope in a solid red color. It's on my shelf over there somewhere. That's a multicolor version that I printed a little bit later on once I got my printing capabilities increased a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna hydrate a little bit. I've been printing for about a month and badly at that. I mean, it's all a learning process. I mean, I was horrible at 3D printing for probably 4 or 5 months until you really figure out like how to tune things and what the plastic's really like. All right, looks like my bamboo paused. Sometimes it does that after the first layer, so I'm just gonna go check that real quick. I will be right back. No idea why it paused. It wasn't an error. Warming back up and doing its... Oh, I know what happened is it prints the first layer and then it goes back over it and does like a radar check on it. There's like a little thing on the edge of the extruder that actually goes through and checks like, is everything level? Are there any edges curling up? And if it does, it'll warn you and say, hey, that first layer probably didn't go down okay. In this case, it did the scan and then it pauses at the back while it warms up the nozzle again so that any filament that oozes out of the nozzle just kind of falls away. Or it falls into like its little purge bucket thing. And now it's resuming the print. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to take about an hour and 50 minutes to finish. But yeah, let's do another giveaway. I'll give you all another minute or so if you want to get in on a giveaway. And we'll draw another name. You will need to be present in chat to be selected. So if you're hanging out in chat and you want to be entered in a free giveaway, no obligation, and I will ship these around the world, depending on where you live. But yeah, do a giveaway. Yeah, Blacksmith Pop, you're already in there. Once you're in there, you're in there. So I wrote my own giveaway bot, and the giveaway bot is basically like once you're in for the day, you're in for the day, unless you're chosen out as a winner, in which case it won't pick you again. But I don't use the Stream Elements giveaway bot that like, you know, you have to like go back and close it. Have to re-register every time. All that stuff. Magnificent username guy. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in chat for a minute. Let me go try and debug this other microphone. I'm gonna try switching my mic. Let me know if you can hear me again. I'm gonna start talking over on this other microphone. See, I wonder. Oh, it's not going to do any background filtering, though. All right, give me a sec. How about now? Can you hear me okay? Hear me if I talk on this microphone? Can you hear me if I talk over here? Yeah, it looks like that's picking, but that's coming off my headset audio. How about that? How's that microphone? Is that any better? I see that the audio level is hitting, so it looks like I'm actually sending audio. So let me know if that still sounds okay. Let me know in chat. I've got another system over here that I'm kind of watching chat. Yeah, the other one sounds broken up, and that's just the earbuds that I use the audio on these earbuds for a microphone. But let me know if this sounds okay. It sounds good, like distance point of view, because it's the exact same microphone. Got the blue Eddie here. Got another on. I just toggle back and forth. Basically, I'll have to figure out a way. Let me know if that sounds okay. If it's weaker, I can turn my volume up. So solid brick side. Not a brick builder. Still breaking up. Anyway. Okay. As I swap out the cable here. How about now? Kind of. Okay. Is that better? Looks like it's showing up now. How's that? Is that any better, Blacksmith Pop? Let me know, if that's any better from a quality point of view, or if it's still cutting out. Is it normal, or is it cutting out still? From what I'm seeing, it looks like it's cutting out unless I talk really loud. So I'm going to trim my gain a little bit. That's close to perfect? Okay. That's close to perfect, then I'll leave it alone. Cool. Alright. If y'all are happy with that, then so much. Seems to be better now. Cool. Appreciate your patience on that, everybody. Tinkering with audio is not my favorite thing. It is what it is. It's like I'm just building the same part. So, pretty sure this is the hilt of the Dark Saber. Try the right pieces here. So we got 2 of those built now. Oh, it's telling me I need 4 more of them. It had me build one. It had me build another one, but it told me to do that 4 times. So, first, exact same parts. Goes on. Okay, so I need 5 of these. All right, we'll get there. Cool. All right, well, how's everybody doing tonight? Appreciate the raid again from Free Heathen. In fact, we'll give Free Heathen a follow. The interesting guy to go watch on his channel. He designs stuff for 3D printing, does a lot of 3D printing, cosplay stuff. Check out Free Heathen. Shout out thing. Can't do shout outs, but appreciate the raid, appreciate the new follows. So again, I'm doing a month-long giveaway, month of October, and everybody is welcome to enter. Giving away 3D printed kit cards, as we call them, which are just little things that you kind of snap off of a card and assemble it to show them over on this camera now. So we've got Millennium Falcon, for example, and yeah, you just basically break the parts off the card and assemble it into a little toy. I was thinking I should probably do that on stream, actually show you like how to put them together. But that's the stuff I'm going to be giving away. So feel free to do exclamation point giveaway in chat. Get in there. We'll do a giveaway here pretty soon. Tried to do one earlier, and the person was a no-show, so you will need to be in chat or to claim your gift. So feel free to do exclamation point giveaway. Do a giveaway. We'll give you 5 minutes or so to get in that giveaway. And every time I stream in the month of October, I'm going to be doing a giveaway like this. And then at the end of the month, basically every stream that you dropped by to do Bang giveaway is going to give you an entry into the giveaway at the end of the month. So the more often you come by and hang out on the stream and enter those giveaways, the better your odds are going to be of getting the giveaway at the end of the month. The giveaway is going to be big and interesting. Or to know about that towards the end of the month. These parts stack together. Just like that. Hey, we got a new follow. Nope, we got another raid in. Cam the Goblin. Cam the Goblin, appreciate the raid. Thanks for that. I'm Ian Douglas. I'm the author of the website Tech Interview Guide. Normally I nerd out on career advice and interview prep advice for getting a job in the tech industry. But tonight I'm nerding out on some Lego and doing some 3D print, so welcome by. Pipsqueak Squid, that's a great username. Love the emoji. Oh, that's Cam's emoji. That's a great little wave. Hello. Thanks for dropping by. I got a handful of emotes here on my channel. Goblin Raid. Appreciate it. Now I got Goblin King from Labyrinth in my head, but I'll take a Goblin Raid. Dropping by. Appreciate it. Cam, I'm curious how you found my channel to drop by with a raid. I don't think I've seen you in my chat before. No, you're a first-time chatter, so thanks for coming by. Appreciate it, drop by. So I'm curious how you found my channel and what brings you by. Just doing some brick building tonight. It's my first time actually doing Lego on the stream. I've watched lots of other people do it, so I know my camera's not great and the lighting's not great, but for building over here. Recipient of a giveaway of a life-size replica of Black Saber, the Dark Saber, Korean show. It's from builds up in Canada, so I just started. Built the first part of what I believe is going to be the hilt of the Dark Saber. I don't think I'm going to get through the whole thing tonight, but I am doing a month-long giveaway, fundraiser for diversity. Screen. So up here at the very top, you'll see this is the fundraiser that it's just money from people in the community, and all of these funds I'm actually matching as well. So we've raised about $350 so far. We're going to be raising money through the end of the year, but for October, we're going to be doing a giveaway. So do exclamation point giveaway. And we're going to be giving away cards, pre-printed kit cards. Basically, you're going to get something like this in the mail if you're the recipient of it, and you'll also get a sheet of instructions. Basically, you'll put it together in a little. So I've got lots of Star Wars things. I've got like a little cuddle, stuff like that. Star Wars. If you're into Star Trek, you've also got a little Star Trek model. Press. So I've got lots of different holiday things. Oh, my mic is acting up. Yeah, I'm facing the wrong way. Sorry. I've got two microphones, one for when I'm building and one for when I'm presenting on this camera. So I gotta face this microphone so y'all can hear me. So I've got those kit cards, and we're gonna be giving those away every time I stream in the month of October. So you're welcome to come by anytime and do exclamation point giveaway to enter that giveaway. And that'll give you an entry into the daily giveaway. And every time you come by and do an entry into the daily giveaway, it gives you an entry into the monthly giveaway. So the more times you come by, the more entries you'll have for the big giveaway that we're doing in a month. In the past, I've done 3D printers, all kinds of stuff. Might do a Lego kit of some kind. Lots of 3D printing throughout the month and giving that stuff away. In the past, I did 3D printed dragons. I've got a really cool dragon model that I'm actually sending to a friend in California. I've got all kinds of really cool stuff, neat stuff planned. So feel free to do exclamation point giveaway. Get in the giveaway. It's free. Won't cost you anything at all, and if you're picked as a recipient, then chat about where you live and figure out like whether shipping is viable. Because when I did the giveaway back in May, I was 3D printing these dragons, putting them in boxes, and literally shipping them around the world. I shipped about 70 of them around the world, and they cost a bit of money to ship. It was costing me anywhere from $10 to $50, $60 to ship a dragon. Around the world. They shipped to a lot of different countries. I shipped them to India, Africa, all over Europe, all over the United States, all over Canada. I think so. They literally went around. I was really happy. Raised $1,500 as a community. I matched that $50. Sorry, we raised about $1,750. I matched that, so we brought that up to $3,500, and my employer kicked in another $50. Actually increased it. They raised $60. My employer. So we ended up giving that organization $5,100 towards diversity. Something that I strongly believe in. As a white male in tech, I know I've got a lot of privilege. Male, being white, I've had start over a lot of other tech industry. So I'm raising this money for an organization that I haven't named yet, but I've narrowed it down to 2 different organizations. So yeah, so if you want to do Bang Donate, all that money is going directly into this fundraiser. It won't show up right away. This is all manual, all of that stuff manually. But if you do exclamation point money in chat, you'll actually see a URL there, and it'll take you over to the website, and it shows you all of the money that I'm making as a streamer. Show you the donations that I've had on PayPal. I also do resume reviews. All that money all goes into here, and then I match that money out of my pocket. My employer, that $1,500 or $1,600 that they matched is actually my annual limit. So they won't be matching this next batch. But if we can hit $1,500, I match that $1,500. So you are more than welcome to Bang giveaway. Get in that giveaway. Got a lot of folks in chat, so feel free to do that. And we'll do a giveaway in a couple of minutes. I think I said a couple of minutes ago I was going to wait 5 minutes, and we had a break. So I wanted to explain all that. So I'll give everybody another, call it 7 minutes. So at 15 minutes past the hour, we'll do a drawing for the daily giveaway. We tried to do one earlier, but the person didn't show up in chat to claim their gift. And so you will need to be in chat because I need to know, do you want Star Wars, Star Trek holiday one, or do you want some sort of toy? So this is all 3D printed. The little springs in here, it's all 3D printed plastic. So yeah, I'll be mailing those things out to the recipient. Devilbird, you got my message. Cool, awesome, yeah. Yeah, you see what I'm talking? Well, it's not as bad now as it has been, just because I had to move a light that's sort of shining up at me right now, just so you can see I'm doing something. I wanted to kind of light up the Lego here, but normally one of the lights here would be up on basically. Yeah. No words. We have some time. Some of your time. But we can do that off stream for sure. Yeah, everybody go give Devilbird a follow. Devilbird's really fun to go watch. Variety streamer streams everything from painting fingernails to playing with cats and stuff. Go give Devilbird a follow as well. So yeah, I'm just kind of nerding out on some Lego, showing people this is what I'm building. It's a life-size replica of the Dark Saber from the Mandalorian. So I started on that, and the first part that we've built here so far is part of the hilt. That's as far as I've gotten for the night because I was having microphone problems. So yeah, it'll be pretty fun to build that. And I got the new 3D printer in. It's the bamboo. It's one carbon. So it's actually printing another copy of the Millennium Falcon, but in a nice bright silver color, like a really bright silver color. I've got a light gray that I'm going to try it in next as well. Let's see how that goes. See how those print. And I may actually try mixing and matching some of the parts too. But we'll see what people want in the giveaway for those that get picked. So I want to do 2 giveaways tonight. So we're going to do one at 15 minutes after the hour. So you got a little over 3 minutes to do exclamation point giveaway in chat, and we'll get you in there. I'm going to keep building a little Lego here. So yeah, I've just got the PDF instructions over here on the. Oh, that's for a bendy. Oh, this is actually a bendy part. That is. I thought that this was solid. Actually, bends and. Right. Cool. But yeah, appreciate the couple of raids that came in. One from Free Heathen, one from Cam the Goblin. Go give them a follow. I wish I had a good shout out mechanism to shout outs for you, but bring your communities by. Cam, did you tell me in chat how you found my channel? You were looking for someone to raid, saw 3D printing and Lego. All right, cool, awesome. Appreciate you coming by. I know sometimes it's a little risky when you go visit somebody's new channel, but I'm generally pretty family friendly over here. The language to a minimum. Like I said, normally I'm streaming advice on changing jobs or changing your career to get into the tech industry. But I really like helping people out just with general advice on, sort of how to stand out to a company when you're applying for a job, career advancement, negotiation tactics, all that kind of stuff. More than happy to help people out on those things. Additional instructions here. So yeah, so I normally stream Sunday night and Sunday morning and Thursday night. In the month of October, I'll be streaming a lot of extra days, specifically for the giveaway. So every time I stream in the month of October, we're welcome to drop by and do exclamation point giveaway, join the giveaway. And so yeah, go do exclamation point giveaway, and then that'll give you an entry into the monthly giveaway as well. Past, I've given away like just tons and tons of 3D printed things. I've given away 3D printers actually, giving some 3D printers. So yeah, so I've got some big stuff cooking for the giveaway this month. So feel free to drop by often and enter those daily giveaways for the 3D printed kit cards that I just showed. Every daily entry will get you a monthly entry. Already messed up the instructions. Oh. Oh, the other one's supposed to have. Gotcha. Attention to instructions, chat. All instructions. This is why I don't typically do this. That's it. So yeah, my other goal is then to get was then to figure out like how can I mount this saber on the lights that you see back behind me here. I want to like figure out some way of actually mounting it there. Let's see it. I can get that worked out. Depends how heavy this thing's. Some holders, like actually design some holders and get those 3D printed. All right, we are at 8:15, so this is your last call. Get in on that giveaway. So I'm about to do a drawing giveaway. Last chance. If you have not done exclamation point giveaway, please do that now. Switch my mic while Can you hear me? There we go. All right, so yeah, let's do a giveaway. So what's the Lego model? Yeah, it's the Darksaber. So if we go back over to this screen, so it's a life-size replica of the Darksaber from Mandalorian. What was it, season 2 or season 3? I forget how many seasons there were, but it was the last season of the Mandalorian where he had the Darksaber. That's basically what I'm going through. All right, let's do a giveaway. If you have not entered, you are missing out. We got 15 viewers. And if I do bang giveaway in chat, what are our stats? We got 8 entries. The monthly giveaway has 19 entries from 18 unique users. Cool. All right, well, I'm going to do a daily giveaway here. So bang giveaway daily. All right. Drum roll, please. And Mayan Wolf came by with a raid just as I'm doing a giveaway. What's up, Mayan Wolf? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you bringing all the 100 devs folks by. Thanks for coming in. What's up, everybody? I'm doing some 3D printing and some Lego building. Finite Singularity has been chosen, but I'm pretty sure Finite went off in lurk mode to go pick up Finite Junior. But Finite, if you happen to be in chat, feel free to let me know that you're there. I'm going to do my best with a giant raid that just came in. What's up, everybody? So I'm Ian Douglas. I'm the author of the website Tech Interview Guide. Normally, I'd be here streaming about like interview prep and career advancement, negotiation topics, resume reviews, all that kind of stuff to get a job in the tech industry. But as you can see, I'm a bit of a Lego nerd. I'm also huge into 3D printing. I've got a whole fleet of 3D printers, and I'm actually 3D printing all kinds of fun stuff to give away here on the channel. So the entire month of October, I'm giving away all kinds of fun little 3D printed things. Got a lot of Star Wars stuff because I'm kind of a Star Wars junkie. We got a little Imperial shuttle. We got some Millennium Falcon action going on here. I got one in gold. I've got one printing right now, also in this bright silver color. And so the giveaway is for one of those kit cards, and I will ship those where it is financially responsible of me to ship around the world. Yeah, so you're welcome to do exclamation point giveaway. I just realized I don't have that on the screen anywhere for you all to see. So let me see if I can do that. Yeah, let me get that text on the screen for y'all. Do exclamation point giveaway. Some of you are on it already, so that's great. There we go. Whoa, that is gigantic on the screen. I'm excited for y'all to enter the giveaway, but not that excited. No, just kidding. I am very excited that y'all came by. Appreciate it. I'm a huge, huge fan of what Leon and the team are doing with 100 devs. Still waiting to get back in the Discord community. One of these days, I'm gonna get back in the Discord community. Yeah, I'm gonna move that up here. Move that down here. There we go. So y'all can do bang giveaway in chat. Bang is just something that us old shell scripting nerds call the exclamation point. So you can do bang giveaway. That'll give you an entry. So every time I stream in the month of October, I'm going to be doing one of these giveaways. We just tried to do one. Finite is there. Finite. You won the giveaway. Well, that you didn't win. I have to stop using the win terminology because there are legalities around that. But Finite, you were selected as our giveaway recipient. And so if you could please let me know in chat, are you a Star Wars fan, a Star Trek fan, or would you like Holiday, or would you like something like a catapult? You have been selected as a recipient winner. By the way, everybody, y'all need to go follow Finite Singularity. Amazing, amazing streamer who loves coding, loves like helping people out, teaching them about like what he does as a coder. He writes a lot of code in Python, but he dabbles in a lot of stuff. He's also got like really amazing overlays in OBS, just for all kinds of like channel point redemptions to like change him different colors or to turn him into his dog, and you know, you get Roscoe coding instead of Finite. I did an interview with Finite, so you can go check that out on my YouTube channel. I've got a whole bunch of videos from my stream about like tech interview information and things like that. You can go check out. And I'll scroll back up in chat here in a sec in case there were other questions that came by. But please do ! Giveaway. Get in that giveaway. We'll do another giveaway in about 10-15 minutes or so. But I've also got a small Discord community. But if you're looking for specific help about, you know, a resume review or interview questions or things like that, you're more than welcome to come hang out on Discord with me. Since I can't get back into the 100 Devs Discord, I'm still waiting for them to unban me. I tried to promote an email newsletter that I wrote, and apparently I put it in the wrong channel, and they thought I was a bot because I've got numbers in my name, and they just banned me without a warning, and I haven't been able to get back in. I've been asking several times on all kinds of public channels, just haven't heard anything back from them. So if anybody knows an admin over there or knows Leon that you can like tug on his ear saying, please unban Ian, I would really appreciate it. I love mentorship. I'm a developer advocate for Postman. If any of you have worked with Postman as an API tool, I love helping people out. I mean, I've been streaming here for a little over a year, just helping with career advice and interview preparation and how to answer interview questions, how to, you know, study well for like leak code problems, all that kind of stuff. I'm really, really happy to help out, and I really want to be part of the Discord community so I can help out. Yeah, I gotta wait for them to unban me for that. But yeah, go check out Finite Singularity. Mayan, again, thank you for the raid. I love hanging out on your channel as well, and just watching kind of the growth and all that stuff that you've been kind of going through on your channel. It's great. A lot of folks using Postman. That's great. Appreciate all the follows. These are great. Appreciate all the follows coming in. Just want to go back through, look through first time chat, see if there's any questions in there. Interview practice, I say yes, indeed. Drunk Uncle Grandma. One of the best usernames I've seen in the last 10 minutes. Haunted Treebeard. These usernames are fantastic. So yeah, get in on a giveaway. Happy to do some giveaways tonight. We've had a handful of raids so far. Fat Cat with a hat. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Feeling twitchy. Rascal 2. Way better than Rascal 3. Rascal 3 is definitely lives up to the name. But yeah, appreciate everybody coming by and the follows. Resume tips on the YouTube channel. Yeah, so I've got a whole playlist just on resume reviews that I've done on the stream. So if you want to send me a resume, you can do that as well. I do resume reviews on the stream from time to time. I've got a couple in the queue. If you want to send me a resume, I'll review it for free on the channel. If you want a private review, I typically charge money. I do waive it for 100 devs and code school students. So if you're in a boot camp or a code school, I will waive that money. But if you do pay me that money, it all goes into this fundraiser, and then I'm matching all of this money. So this $350 is just what the community has raised so far, and I've got this ongoing all the time. The first half of the year, we raised a little over $5,000 that we gave away to an organization in San Francisco. I've narrowed it down to 2 more organizations that I'm considering for the second half. And so this money that y'all are raising here, I'm matching all of this money. My employer's already maxed out my contribution for the year, but starting in January, we're going to reset everything again. We're going to do a year-long giveaway. We're just going to keep raising money for diversity in tech. I'm a big fan, big believer in diversity in tech, something I believe very strongly in, and it is a hill I will die on for sure. And it is the only thing that will get you banned from my channel if you start saying disparaging things about diversity in tech. It is the only thing that will get you banned in my channel. Aside from lots and lots of like just nonsense language. But I typically am a very family-friendly kind of channel. I stay away from politics and things like that. It's just not something that I choose to get into on the channel. But I do cover a lot around tech interview. So some background on me: I've been in the tech industry for 26 years. I've been an engineering manager. I've been a director. I've done software education. I was a software teacher for 4 years at a code school here in the Denver, Colorado region. So yeah, I've done a lot of things. I've mostly been a back-end developer. I've done some full stack. I have done like desktop-based application stuff, and I've done a little bit of like Flash animation stuff. If you remember Flash from way back in the day, if you're as old as me and you remember Flash, I did some of that. Mostly these days, I do a lot of back-end development, a lot of APIs, and deal with architecture and scalability. And I work at Postman. So on my screen back here, I would normally throw up my Postman logo if I'm like streaming during the daytime, or if I'm doing a webinar or something like that. You'll see the Postman logo up here. And yes, this is a stack of Postman socks. And so if you want to come follow me on my work account, it's Ian the Postmanaut. You can probably just search search for the twit. You can search Twitch for just the word Postmanaut. You'll probably find Ian the Postmanaut. If you follow there, I haven't live streamed on that channel in a while, but when I do stream for work, I'm going to be building out an API pretty soon in a technology called gRPC, which is very different from a RESTful type of API that y'all have been learning in 100 Devs. So it's a very different kind of API, and you can't really consume it easily with JavaScript on the front end. But I'm going to be showing like how to design a gRPC API and actually building that probably in Python over the next month or two. So if you want to follow that account, you're welcome to, and I'll probably be doing some giveaways to give away some Postman socks. I do have some stickers. If you'd like some Postman stickers, send me a Twitch whisper. I'll see if I can drop some in the mail to like the first handful of people that send me a whisper on Twitch. I'll send out some stickers. Send me like your name and your address, and I'll just like pop it in an envelope with a stamp, and I'll try to get those out in the mail for you. Ian the Postman, hey, thanks, Blacksmith Pop. That's exactly the channel. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing that. Devilbird says, I didn't know you're so close. I'm up there a lot. Well, stop by and visit. Yeah. So I'm between Denver and Boulder. But yeah, I taught in Denver. I've worked at a lot of startups in Boulder. Yeah, I've worked at a lot of companies. I've worked at I want to say like something like 15 companies. I did freelance work for about 3 years, so I know all about like freelance and clients and how to bill people and how to make sure you get paid and all kind of stuff. I'm more than happy to nerd out on this stuff at any time. So please drop by the channel at any time. But yeah, that whole website, Tech Interview Guide, tons of free info on there. No ads, no paywalls, nothing like that. It's all 100% free. I'm just here to help people out. So feel free to drop any kinds of questions around interview prep. I am going to be nerding out on some Lego tonight. Normally I stream Thursday night and Sunday mornings. So I tend to stream Sunday morning, and I usually wrap up right around the time that Leon goes live. And I think this past Sunday, I think we raided into Leon's channel like just as he started streaming. And I've raided into whose channel? Like I've raided into Rufio. I don't think I've raided into Mayan Wolf's channel. I don't think we typically stream at the same time for me to raid into your channel, but I've hung out on your channel quite a bit in the afternoons when you stream. But Finite Singularity is in chat, and Finite, if you answered, oh, there you are. You might chase away viewers with this. I'm mostly definitely a Star Wars fan. All right, cool. Would love to add a cool Star Wars something or other to the collection. You got it. Whisper me your address again. I don't know if it's on that. If your address is on that resume that you sent me, Finite, then I'll just send it there. If you have a different address that you would like me to send it to, then let me know, and I will send it there instead. And I will send you a fantastic Star Wars package. Yeah, awesome. So yeah, just send me a DM with some details, and let me go mark down Finite as our recipient for the evening. Finite Singularity was our recipient and responded and wants Star Wars. So I'm keeping track of all this stuff in Airtable. It's an API that you can use to store stuff in a database online, so you don't have to use something like Postgres. You just make an API call to go store something in the database. It's a little hard to do in JavaScript because you need the API key, and anybody browsing your JavaScript code would be able to see it. So it's not something that you would typically connect to with something like React because you don't have an easy way of hiding your API key. But if you're doing like Node and Express on the back end, then you could have Node and Express send data over to Airtable as your database. You don't have to use something like Postgres. I believe it is on the resume. Yeah. Yeah, double check and let me know. The address is on that resume? Cool. I'll send it there. Awesome. Sweet. I will make a note of that. Send address on resume. Cool. I'll try to get that out in the next couple of days for you. Find it. Sweet deal. All right. Well, I'm going to snap back to that. So yeah, I do work at Postman. I love it. I do developer advocacy over there. So I actually go around to a lot of tech conferences. I was literally in Vegas yesterday for like 24 hours to speak at a tech conference for 5 minutes. They flew me to Vegas overnight, put me in a hotel, and about $200 worth of expenses for like meals and, you know, whatever for a 5-minute talk at a conference. And then I flew back home literally last night. And boy, are my arms tired. I'm a big fan of dad jokes. I think you can do !joke in chat if you too love dad jokes. Then yeah, I've got quite a collection. Chrissy Codes hanging out in chat as well. Chrissy, get in on the giveaway. Do !giveaway. We'll do another giveaway draw in a little bit. But yeah, appreciate all the stuff. Have you heard about the new corduroy pillows? They're making headlines. What do you think? Was that a good joke or a bad one? So yeah, so every time I stream in the month of October, whether it's my regular career-based stream on Sundays and Thursdays or an off-hours thing like this where I'm going to be doing like 3D printing or Lego or something like that, I got a couple of other Lego kits behind me here that I want to assemble. I've got an Imperial droid, probe droid. I just put together BD1 a couple of days ago. I've got the trench run set that I want to put together. And then I've got all these 3D printed things that I got going on. So I'm huge into 3D printing and Lego and stuff like that. So I'll be doing some of that. It's going to take me several days to put this dark saber together. I'm also building a 3D printer, so I may have some of that on the stream throughout the month. There's only a couple of days that I won't be streaming. It's in like the week of the 18th through 20th or something like that. I'm only streaming that Sunday. I like to have guests on the stream as well. So tomorrow night I've got a guest on the stream. Excuse me. I need to not drink soda on stream. It makes me burp. Apologies for that. So tomorrow night I've got a guest on the stream. Sunday I got a guest on the stream. I don't always have a guest on Thursdays, but most Sundays I have a guest on the stream. I've had Finite on the stream, and we had a fantastic conversation about how he got into tech and just kind of a very different path. Like there's no one way of getting into tech. Like everyone's like, oh, I took the traditional path of a CS degree. Well, you know what? That's not the traditional path anymore. The traditional path now seems to be like, yeah, I got interested in programming and I went and took something like 100 devs and I got into tech. That seems to be the more common thing now. So yeah, I'm happy to have folks on the stream and just hear about their journey and things like that. So if you are part of 100 devs and you've gotten a job because of 100 devs, I would love to interview you on my stream. You can go check all that out on the channel as well. I'll go throw my YouTube on there. By the way, if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, please do so. I'm also on Twitter. Same username as here on Twitch, just Ian Douglas 736. The 736 is a shout out to my wife. And I've also got this one here. So if you ever want me to make an introduction for you on LinkedIn, I've got a pretty sizable network over there that I groom and I nurture and I take care of. And I'm happy to make introductions to people. So if you're a little bit nervous about making cold intros and cold outreach messages to people on LinkedIn, if it's somebody that I know, I will make an introduction and say, hey, go check out Chris P. Nugget. He's the crispiest of the nuggets. Here's his portfolio or something like that. Sorry, I'm presuming he, him pronouns, but go check out Chris's portfolio. Got some really neat projects or something in there. Like, I'm happy to make those introductions. I'm happy to help introduce people. So please take advantage of that. Just reach out to me on LinkedIn. If the intros link that I just dropped in chat over here, if you connect with me on LinkedIn, don't just follow me. If you connect with me on LinkedIn, let me know in a message that you saw me on stream or you're from 100 devs, so that when we connect, that intros link that I just pasted over here will basically let you kind of look through my network to see if I know anybody. And so if there's somebody at a company where you want to interview or you want to try to get connected with, does Ian know anybody at Microsoft? You can go through my profile and you can see whether I know anybody at that company and find a couple of profiles, send me links to their profiles and say, can you introduce me to these 3 people? I'll make introductions for you. I'll send a message to them saying, hey, you and I are connected. I'm also connected to this other person. I think that they should get to know you. You got a minute, to chat with them, we would all appreciate it. I'm more than happy to do that for folks. So please take advantage of that. I say that and people are like, oh, that's amazing. And I might do like 2 intros like a month. Seriously. I say it all the time. I work with boot camps like across the country. I work with a lot of different schools and organizations and things like that. And every single time I'm like, I will make as many introductions as you need or as you want. And I might get like 2 a month asking. So please take advantage of it. It's a great way to meet other people. It's a great way to have somebody else introduce you to build up your own network. I tell people all the time on my stream, you are more likely to get a job quicker through networking than just, throwing resumes out there and hoping for the best. Networking is going to get you a job much, much faster. My LinkedIn is the same as here on Twitch. It's just Ian Douglas 736. Let's see what else is going on. How did I create such a robust network? I mean, I've been doing this for 26 years. I've been in the tech industry as an industry programmer for 26 years. I've been doing this for a long, long time. That's all the gray hair. I've been around a minute. I'm close to 50. I've been in the industry for quite a while, and I love helping people out. The last decade or so, I've focused a lot on mentorship and the education side of things, getting into developer advocacy types of roles where I get to work with education. I get to help with training and build content and workshops and stuff like that. I do workshops on everything from resume reviews to negotiations to how to use Postman for things and how to, do little programming projects and stuff like that. So all of my previous live streams are also up on the YouTube channel. YouTube is not Ian Douglas 736. It's just Ian Douglas on YouTube. One of these days I'm thinking about just rebranding everything and, try to get everything under this like tech interview guide name or something like that. But we'll see how that goes. But I work in tax law and finance and now 100 devs. Everybody's path is different. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm trying to go back through a lot of stuff here on chat. Subscribe to YouTube. Awesome. So speaking of subscriptions, I've got an email newsletter thing that I wrote. And this is basically, it's a series of 3 different newsletters that you can subscribe to. One is just general tips. One is specific to technical questions. One is specific to behavioral questions. I've been a hiring manager. I've been on interview teams for years and years and years. I've helped shape and train interview teams to go give technical interviews. I do mock interviews on a platform called interviewing.io. I'm a paid professional interviewer. So I know what I'm talking about. But I basically wrote these newsletters from the perspective of here's why we ask you this question. It's not here's how to answer it perfectly. Here's why we ask it so that you can go make your own perfect answer. And so as a hiring manager, like what am I really listening for when I ask you this question? I don't teach you how to answer it perfectly. I teach you why we ask it in the first place. So feel free to go check that out. When you put in your email, it'll send you an email with a link. You got to click on that link. It'll take you back to the site and it'll load the details. Then you subscribe to which of the newsletters you want. For each of the newsletters, you can also set the pace of how frequently you want those messages. So they don't have to be every day. You can say, I want this one every day. I want this one every 3 days. I want this one once a week. And you can go back and reset that pace anytime you want. And it'll or you can just say, you know what, I don't want any emails for a month. Set the next date to be November 1st or something like that. And the next email you get will be on November 1st. I give you a lot of control over how frequently you get those messages. And when you get unsubscribed, I wipe you out of the database. I don't hang on to your details. I don't want to keep your details. I don't care. So feel free to go subscribe to that. Again, no ads, no promotions. All this stuff is free. I'm just here to help people out. I've been doing this long enough. It's time to raise up other people around me and raise up kind of the next generation of folks. Got another raid from Chris Perillo. What's going on, Chris? I completely intended to nerd out on some Lego tonight, and I got an amazing raid from Mayan Wolf of a whole bunch of folks from the 100 Devs community. So I was just kind of giving them a little blurb into what I do around my tech interview guide stream. But yeah, I kind of want to get back to nerding out on some Lego here, but feel free to drop questions in chat if you got questions and stuff. Mark H, got the job offer. You accepted. You took the job offer. That's awesome. Congrats. Finally back to work. 11 weeks searching. That's fantastic, Mark. That is really good to hear. Dude, that just made my night. Zombie Hedgehog, thanks for the follow. So Zombie Hedgehog, go give Zombie Hedgehog a follow. Also a great streamer. Chris Perillo, absolutely fun, very engaging, especially when there's a hype train. He'll literally walk on Lego barefoot with hype trains on his channel. Go check out Chris. Chris has been in the tech industry doing a lot of live streaming and video content for years and years. He just started a relatively new YouTube channel. Chris and others also set up a whole platform called Maker Deck that you can go watch on stream or here on Twitch, and it's just people 3D printing. So if you're really interested in 3D printing, it's also a really good community just to go learn about 3D printing. Zombie Hedgehog, though, helped me kind of put a whole bunch of parts together to build a 3D printer, and so I've actually got that on the go. What is Maker Deck? I don't know, Zombie, you tell me. What is Maker Deck? I'll do you one better. Why is Maker Deck? Free Heathen, thanks for the raid earlier tonight. Appreciate it. And cool. I'm currently building an Eagles football helmet using tiny knockoff Legos. That's cool. I've actually seen people like 3D print Lego. There were like things out there where you could say like, I'm looking for this particular kit, and it would tell you like which parts to 3D print, how many of them, which color, and then you could like basically just assemble your own Lego at that point. John Ias, I'll just call you John if that's okay. Is it normal for recruiters to not disclose the name of the company they're hiring for? It is normal, and it's a shady tactic. Basically, they don't want you going to the company directly because they're hoping to. So, in the scenario where that happens, there are several kinds of recruiters out there. There's what we call the headhunter, which is kind of a bad name, but they're basically looking for people that they can submit to a company where the company doesn't already have a relationship with that recruiter. The recruiter's trying to impress them, saying, hey, here's this really great candidate that I found. And so they don't want to tell you the company because they don't want you applying to the company directly. Because if they get you placed at that company, they're going to make anywhere from 15 to 20% of your annual salary as a kickback bonus from the company. So if you get a job for $100K, they get $15,000 to $20,000 just for getting you into the interview. Of course, it's up to you to pass the interview, but they get a massive kickback. And so they don't want to tell you the company because they don't want you going around them and just applying directly to the company. When you're a little bit older in tech, like been around for a while, you can just say, like, I'm not giving you my resume until you tell me who it is, in which case they'll probably bow and say, this is who it is. But they're still going to be worried that you're going to go apply. But I won't give a third-party recruiter my resume anymore. I've dealt with too many. You can go look at iandouglas.com. I've got a whole blog on there of what I call headhunter nightmares and just awful recruiters like that. I tend to stay away from them. There's another type of recruiter who is like an actual like agency who is contracted to work directly with that company. And they will say, I work for Acme Inc. and I'm hiring specifically for this company. That lets you know that they have a relationship, they have a contract already in place with that company, and the company has asked that recruiter, like, please go find us some candidates. They're okay to work with. And then there's in-house recruiters who are recruiters that actually work at the company for the company. They are an employee of Google or whatever, and they will reach out and say, I work at Google and I'm recruiting. Are you interested? So 3 kinds of recruiters. One, definitely stay away from. Sometimes they're okay early in your career to get the job. Once you get like a year or 2 of experience, literally anybody will hire you. But getting that first job in tech is horrible. It takes forever to get that first job if you are not networking well and you're not building the right kinds of projects. It can be really time consuming to find a job. I know people that have spent over a year trying to get a job in tech. I give advice all the time on Thursdays and Sundays about what kinds of projects to go build. So it was a third party. My gut said stay away. Good call on that. Zombie Hedgehog, I was recruited by a direct person in the company. Pleasure to work with. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've basically stayed away from like the third party recruiters where like I will straight up ask, like, do you have a contract in place with that company to place me as a candidate, or are you hoping to submit me to place me at that company? And it's kind of like the TV shows of like, if you're a cop, you have to tell me you're a cop kind of thing. It's like they'll typically tell you if they have a contract. If they say they have a contract and they're still like hemming and hawing about naming the company, that means they don't have a contract. But most recruiters that have a contract with a company will start the introduction with, I am Ian, working at such and such agency, and I'm recruiting for this particular company, and you look like a good fit. If they just say, hey, I found this job that you're a good fit, it's like, that means you haven't even read my profile. It means you hit a keyword on my LinkedIn profile or something like that. I would typically stay away from those folks. Ian, if we know of jobs, can we let you know? Sure. Yeah, drop links in chat by all means. And will you think about fit or just connect people interested? I mean, there's a channel point redemption. If you want to watch me roast a job posting, you can redeem some channel points, and I will happily roast a job post. As a hiring manager, as someone who wrote job postings, I've currently got a couple of jobs that I'm interviewing for at Postman for developer advocacy. We're looking for a senior level, so sorry for folks that are looking to get into developer advocacy. We're looking for senior level that have been doing it and know Postman really well. But I write job posts, so if you want me to roast a job post, whoa dude, all right, here we go. So whoa dude, give me a link, and the roasting would be therapeutic. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, now I'm excited. All right. Big Jano, I got my spool of green gate filament the other day. Awesome. Yeah, I love the 3D printing community. Everyone's really great. Everyone's looking for seniors. Not everybody, but a lot of companies, especially when there's an economic downturn, they would rather hire people that have talent that can kind of hit the ground running a little bit better. This is why you need good projects to show them you can already hit the ground running. Look around, you don't have one ready. All right. Well, Chrissy, if you've got a job post, what's my favorite Lego set? Oh gosh. I'll go get well, shoot, I've got two favorites. Can I have two favorites, or do I have to pick one? I've got two that I really like. One was the first Mandalorian Razor Crest, followed by the newest edition of the Batmobile. Those were really fun builds. I have a little mini version of the Batmobile right here, little tiny mini version of it. But the big one was the Lego Technic set, and it's massive and it's huge, and it was a lot of fun to put together. Free Heathen. So there are preset things. It's not just a flat. It's not just a flat color. GBav. Hey, thanks for dropping by. Everybody, go follow GBav too if you love watching people do video games. There's a lot of like Fall Guys and Fortnite and Star Wars MMOs and all kinds of really fun games. Go check out GBav. Very entertaining. Loves to party it up on chat for sure. Vegas was good. It was a very, very fast trip for sure. Your logo end up on the wall. It did not, sadly, unfortunately. I decided not to do the 3D printed logos after a while because it was too hard keeping track of who was subscribing and who wasn't subscribing and like taking logos up and down off the wall. So I decided just not to do it. But what I do have is you'll occasionally see my bot do like an occasional thank you. And so people that subscribe, it'll put you in that rotation. Say, thanks to everybody that helps donate to the donation for the fundraiser kind of thing, and it'll give you a shout out periodically. So yeah, you can just watch for that in chat. Sorry if I'm missing other stuff in chat. I know there's a lot of you in here. I'm gonna do another giveaway. Last chance! ! Giveaway. I'm gonna do a giveaway. It is 48 minutes after the hour. I'm gonna do a giveaway draw at 5 minutes to the hour. So you have 7 minutes to do ! Giveaway. If you've already done it, it'll just tell you you're already in there. But do ! Giveaway. And I've got these really cool like 3D printed kit cards. So if you're into Star Wars, I've got lots of cool Star Wars 3D printed things like land speeders, Millennium Falcon, Imperial Shuttle. If you want more like holiday style thing, I've got like little holiday tree ornaments that you can put together, and they just make cool little 3D models. If you're more into Star Trek, then I got you covered too. I got like Deep Space Nine and a couple of versions of the Enterprise. I've also got a fun little catapult that is 3D printed as well. And so if you are the giveaway recipient, you will get to choose toy, holiday, Star Wars, or Star Trek, and I will send you one of those kits. as long as it is financially responsible of me to send it to your area of the world. If you are outside of that area, then I will send you some sort of gift card instead. Yeah, so every time I stream in the month of October, you can come by and you can do Bang Giveaway. And whether or not you're the recipient of the giveaway, it's going to give you a daily entry into that giveaway. And then at the end of the month, I'm going to do monthly drawings based on who came by for all the daily drawings. And I've got some big, big prizes in store. I've given away 3D printers in the past. I've given away like all kinds of stuff. Lots of 3D printed dragons and things like that. I got some really fun stuff planned. I'm not going to announce it yet, but you're going to want to be here for the monthly giveaway. I promise. It's going to be some really great stuff. So yeah, come by the stream and do Bang Giveaway anytime I'm live streaming. You can do Bang Giveaway, and you'll get an entry to that daily giveaway, but that's giving you another entry into the monthly giveaway as well. So if I do Bang Giveaway over here, it'll give us some stats. And I wrote my own giveaway bot, and so you can actually go watch a live stream that I put up on YouTube where I actually walk you through, like, this is the code that I wrote. This is how it works. This is how it's going to draw names. Like, I'm very transparent about how I write my chatbot and what it's actually doing and the randomness of it and whether I'm trying to influence who's the recipient or not. Like one of the giveaways I did back in August when I was giving away a 3D printer, I influenced it based on how long you've been following me. So the longer you were following me, the more entries you got into the giveaway. And I think I gave away 2 3D printers and like a bunch of other stuff. Is the big giveaway a tech job? I wish that would be an amazing giveaway for sure. That would be an amazing giveaway. I hope Claire wins and chooses Star Trek. All right, cool. Free Heathen says, I'm good. I have an Ian Dragon. So while we're also waiting, let me show you what Free Heathen's talking about. So this is a 3D printed dragon. Well, this is one style of 3D printed dragon, and it's what we call articulated. So it all prints in one piece on the printer, but when you pick it up, these things are all hinged together, and so it moves. The person that designed this one actually designed it to stand up on its own. So if you stack all the scales on the back in just the right way, it will stand up. It doesn't like being moved though. It's a little touchy about holding still. But this is what we call an imperial dragon. I was basically printing like mad numbers of these and giving these away in lots of different colors. And if you want to see what it looks like on the inside, this is what the inside of a 3D print looks like. And so it 3D prints these little hinges, and then as it prints up layer by layer, the hinge kind of closes and then welds on top. And so as soon as you take it off the print surface, it's all connected. You don't have to like glue anything together. You don't have to attach anything, and it doesn't come apart. Unless you snap it and break it, then it'll come apart. Yeah, I do that kind of stuff. I do little like infinite fidget cubes. So these are just like infinite folding fidget cubes. I got tons of these things going on. So back in May, I gave away like 70 of those dragons and shipped them around the world, literally around the world. So you got about 2.5 minutes to get in on the giveaway. So if you want some 3D printed stuff, get in on the giveaway. Where did I miss? Chrissy Code sent over a job offer, so we'll go roast that. Or not a job offer, a job post. We'll go roast that in a bit. Do I play any tabletop games? I do play some Pathfinder 2nd edition on Friday nights and have a good time with that. I've asked the team that does that, like, hey, would y'all be willing to like live stream? But they don't want the pressure of having an audience try to influence the game. You could easily make miniatures. That's one thing that a lot of people really get into with 3D printing, especially resin printers. Those are really amazing. And a friend of mine has heard me talking and wants to come say hello. No, over here. All right, come up. Get up here. This is Riker. He's my British lab. Yeah. Hi. Oh yeah. There's my. Yeah. Hi. What's going on? Oh. Okay, he's good. All right. So that's Riker, named after Star Trek, because my wife is a Star Trek fan and did not want a puppy. I thought I'd win her over by naming him after a Star Trek fan. It did not work. He continued to chew up furniture. Once he grew out of his chewing stage, they got along just fine. All right, we got less than a minute do exclamation point giveaway if you want to get in on that giveaway. And then we'll go roast this job post that Chrissy Code sent over for an Excel VBA project manager. That'll be some fun stuff. Yeah, if you're already in the giveaway, you only get one entry. Oh, don't worry about the daily recipient, because I am doing another drawing. So feel free to get in on there. Don't let that hold you back. Do bang giveaway. Get in that giveaway. We're coming up on it. Clock is ticking. As soon as I see my clock tick over to 8:55, we're gonna do a giveaway. I'm going to hydrate, not with soda. Soda makes me burp. I won't tell you what I'm drinking, but I will give you a hint. And I'm a big fan of dad jokes. So feel free to drop your favorite dad joke in the channel. I may do an extra giveaway for the best dad joke that you drop in chat while we do this drawing. So my clock has ticked over to 8:55. So we're going to go ahead and do the giveaway. Let's go look at some stats first. Yeah, hint products are great. All right, we got 29 entries for the daily giveaway. So you got a pretty good chance of being drawn. Fix'em already won. Yes, but Fix'em didn't respond. Fix'em already went offline. You want dad jokes? Don't test me. Yes, I want dad jokes. Yeah, give me your best dad joke. I'll give away an extra prize to the best dad joke. How's that? I mean, for dad jokes. Oh, Fix'em Dude. Did Fix'em Dude win for dad jokes? I'm confused. I'm easily confused. All right. I'm going to do the giveaway. So we got some stats. We have 29 entries. The monthly giveaway has 40 entries from 39 individuals. We got to get Rascal back in here. Has jokes for days. Yeah, me too. Me too. You know the best time of day to go see the dentist? 2:30. All right, we're going to do the giveaway for the daily. Give us a drum roll. Going to do giveaway daily, and here we go. All right, drum roll again. Mayan Wolf, you have been chosen. Mayan Wolf, let me know if you're still lurking in chat. If you happen to be there, we will chat, and you can let me know if you are a Star Wars fan, a Star Trek fan, if you would like some sort of holiday ornament. And I've got more than just the trees. I've got like snowflake ornaments and things like that. Or if you would like a toy, like a catapult. If you have a pet, these are great for like flinging pet treats across the kitchen or across the room for a loved furry child. You'll let them. I mean, I went to bed. I go tag them. I'll give Mayan Wolf a minute to get here. So we'll chat for a little bit. Definitely Star Trek. Rigged? No, not at all rigged. Everybody has an equal chance. I will show you the code. Everybody has an exact equal chance of winning. Thanks to the Python randomness library. Everybody has an equal chance on this. I am Buzz Aldrin, second man to step on the moon, kneel before me. Yep, that's a good one. It's a good one. My mother-in-law fell down a wishing well. I didn't know those things actually worked. Okay, that was good. Yeah, a friend of mine fell into like this tube of water in the ground. I know they meant well. She built a Star Trek API. That's great. That's very cool. I apologize for that joke. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I think Devilbird wins so far. Why do all hot dogs look the same? Because they're all inbred. All right, I'll give you that one. Pretty happy person when I'm not a happy person when well, I'm a better person when I use recent versions of PHP. Old versions of PHP. Ugh. I can do this all day. Yeah, you forgot the -- Steve Rogers name on there. My second chair loves dad jokes. Sweet. Well, you can do bang joke in chat. We'll give Mayan Wolf a little extra time to respond, especially if they went to bed. Hopefully they'll come back. If not, we'll draw again. Send a message. Pretty sure she went to bed. All right, that's too bad. Where does the king keep his armies? In his sleeveys. I got him a dad joke of the day calendar. That's great. Iron Wolf deserves it. Yeah, absolutely. All the folks that are doing like 100 devs streaming, that whole team is amazing. I love hanging out on the streams and just watching them teach. I think it's the whole theme of my channel is share what you know and we all win. That's like the catchphrase that I use quite a lot. So I'm a big fan of when people go learn a thing and then turn around and teach it to someone else. It reinforces what you've learned in order to teach it to somebody else, but then it also builds up people around you. So even if you're not an expert at something, you can still turn around and like tutor other people and say like, hey, can I like try to teach you that concept, or can I try to help you out with that concept? And it's going to make you better. It's going to make them better. Everybody wins. How's it a bad thing? Where did dad store all their dad jokes? In a database, of course. Yeah, it's good. It's good. What did the tree say when it robbed the bank? What did the tree say when it robbed the bank? I don't think I've heard this one, Chrissy. Stick 'em up. It's good. You know it's brown and sticky. A stick. As I handed my dad his 50th birthday card, he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, you know what? That was good too. That's good. So far, I think Devilbird is winning. You just made it up. Well, that's pretty good for one that you made up. That's why I'm in the 3D print space to keep learning and growing. Yeah, that's great. You heard you won something. Lion Wolf, yes, you were the recipient of our daily giveaway. And so I need to know, are you a Star Wars fan who received like a Star Wars themed kit card? Or are you a Star Trek fan? These are smaller, but I'm making some bigger ones for like, you know, a little Starship Enterprise or Deep Space Nine or something along those lines. Or would you like a holiday themed ornament kind of thing that you can assemble? I've also got like snowflake type 3D printed ornaments for those. Or would you like a 3D printed toy if you have a furry friend at home that you would like to fling treats across the room, or a significant other that you just want to like fling things at because they annoy you? I can send you one of these. Let me know what you prefer. So let me know toy, holiday, Star Trek, or Star Wars. And then I'll get you to DM me some details and I will get that in the mail for you. Why don't they have email in Hawaii? Too much spam. I keep burning all my Hawaiian pizzas. I think I need to cook them at aloha temperature. Why could the chip not fit in the computer? It is a potato chip. It sounds like one that my kids would make up for sure. So yeah, Mind Wolf, let me know which of those four that you would like. Star Wars, Star Trek. Oh, Star Trek, as my viewers would probably attest, but I think I would actually love a catapult. Sweet. Catapult it is. Let me know what your favorite color is, and I will see if I can accommodate the color. If not, I will do my best to get close to that favorite color. And then, yeah, we will continue on from there. So let me get that one marked. Okay, where's my wolf? There you are. My wolf is the recipient and responded and wants a catapult. So let me know what color, and then we'll go roast that job post that Chrissy sent over. What kind of bow did the cloud wear to the party? Easy. Green if I can. I can. Absolutely. I will do a green color. The springs on the inside I may do in a different color. The rest of it will be plenty solid, but the springs will maybe be in a different color because it's a bit more of a flexible material. It's not like a flexible filament, but it's made from PET, which they use to make like water bottles, and that's better for the springs. They hold up a little bit better over time. So I'll print the springs in probably like a silver or a black or something like that to go with the green, and I'll print the rest of it in a nice green color for you, and I'll get that sent out sometime over the next couple of weeks. Cool. Well, thanks everybody for entering that giveaway. A rainbow. That's good. Oh, Devilbird, keep dropping more. After you die, what part of the body stops working last? Your pupils, they dilate. Ha ha ha. That's good. Yeah, I think Devilbird is definitely bringing the jokes. That first one that you dropped was really good. My mother-in-law fell down a wishing well. I didn't know those things actually work. That was good. Any dad joke that literally makes me laugh out loud. My friend recently died from drinking a gallon of varnish. It was a horrible end with a lovely finish. Yeah, that's good. Good times, good times. All right, so Devilbird, let me know what you would like to receive as well, and I will send you. I'll send you one as well. So Mindwolf, if you can send me name, address, and email address, I will send you tracking information once that thing is in the mail for you. So if you can send that for me, just DM me on Twitch, and once it's sent, I scrub all the stuff out of the database. So I'm not hanging on to people's info, but wherever you want me to send it, just send me name, address, email address, and I'll send you tracking info when I have it. So Devilbird, let me know which of those things you'd like. I believe you said Star Wars. Star Wars was the appropriate one to send Devilbird. Yeah, awesome, cool. Well, thanks for the raid again, Mindwolf, and have a good sleep. Everybody drop some GNs in chat from Mindwolf. Always appreciate how much you help out on online and help with streaming and help with sharing your knowledge. Appreciate that. Yeah, Devilbird dropping all kinds of Star Wars logos. All right, so I think I'll do a land speeder and a Millennium Falcon for you. I'll find some appropriate Star Trek stuff for you. Cool. So Devilbird, I don't have your address from before, so I need you to resend me your name, address, and email address, and I'll send you tracking info as well. All right, so I got a couple of Star Trek bundles to send out now. So yeah, just DM me that stuff, and let's go roast a job post, shall we? I love roasting job posts. Let's go over to that screen. So Chrissy Code sent this over. Now y'all see my emails. For an Excel VBA project manager from Prosper Spark LLC, $35 to $70 an hour. That's respectable. So basically, here's how to figure out an annual salary based on an hourly rate. Blacksmith Pop, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate your donation to the fundraiser and all your support on the channel. Really appreciate it. Have a good night as well. Everybody go follow Blacksmith Pop too. Blacksmith Pop is an amazing person. This will be my first time seeing a job post roast. I love roasting job posts. This is like I'll break it down. Like as a hiring manager, as an engineer, like someone who might actually apply for this job, like this is what I like. This is what would scare me away from it. This is actually a real job, yes, on Indeed. So these are all real. Okay, so for this role, the easiest way to figure out, like, if I get paid an hourly rate, how much is that per year if I were to make an annual salary? Just double it and add 3 zeros. It's going to be close enough. Technically, there are 2,080 work hours in an American work year for the number of like hours per, like 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, minus 2 weeks for PTO, depending on whether you get paid for PTO. So if you average it out and say 2,000 hours a year, just for round numbers, so take whatever the hourly rate is times 2,000. So just take like 35 to 70. That's going to be 70 to 140,000 per year. So if you get this job and you work full time, you could make anywhere from $70,000 to $140,000 a year at this job. So the fastest way of working that out from a math point of view. You're a fan of content like this. I watch a bit of Joshua Fluke on YouTube. Awesome. That's cool. Someone has a job as an Excel VBA project manager. Is that still a job? I mean, maybe. I mean, if the company's big enough and they've got like, sort of established processes and whatever, it's very likely. All right, they want expert level with only 5 years as a required. So one thing right off the top that I like is they're saying qualifications that are required. and one tiny little thing, like, it'd be preferred if you've actually done some kind of consulting before. But they're pretty clear here. Like, you need to have 5 years of experience in Excel, specifically with VBA, and they want you to be an expert at this stuff. This is garbage. This needs to burn in fire. This is absolutely like, this needs to get out. You do not need a bachelor's degree to work in Excel. This is trash. This is garbage right here. This gets me so fired up. So many jobs in the tech industry, they're like, you must have a bachelor's degree. It's like, I'm writing HTML and CSS. I don't need a bachelor's degree. CSS is hard, yes, but you do not need to know all of the inners of like what the computer is doing and why to go do that kind of job. You just don't. You don't need it for this kind of job either. You really don't. Like any sort of algorithmic thinking where you're going to try and optimize that algorithm, you can go learn that stuff on YouTube or Udemy. You don't need a bachelor's degree for this. This is garbage. Like, and especially as the first thing out of the gate, they are immediately losing a diverse pool of talent who don't have the time or the privilege to go to a university and get a bachelor's degree. This is garbage. Somebody needs to contact these people and be like, yeet this job post out of here. Like this is trash. I would go apply for the job anyway. And if they say, well, we can't do this because you don't have a bachelor's degree, just say this Ian guy on Twitch said that your company's a horrible company. Benefits pulled from the job description. That's great. They won't even tell you what their benefits package is. I'm already a hard no on this job personally. The fact that they want somebody with 5 years experience, like that's okay. Like it's okay for a company to set a threshold. Like this is really what we're aiming for. English being required. Okay. They don't say you have to be like perfectly fluent, and they don't say whether it's spoken or written or, you know, whatever, but they want you to be able to communicate in English, which is fine. Must have work authorization, which means they probably want you local. They probably want you in the, well, in this case, it sounds like they want you in the country at least. That they don't want to have to sponsor like a visa or something like that. But they're also looking for somebody to do contract work. So it technically doesn't matter. If you can set up a business, like a legitimate business and a business license, then this doesn't even matter because they're hiring you from a business to business point of view. If you are a contractor, if you are coming on as a full-time employee and they're paying you as a 1099, you're paying your own taxes, your own benefits, whatever. That might be why the benefits are pulled, because they expect you to pay it out of your own pocket. That's a whole other communication that we can have on how much to charge as a consultant for these kinds of things. But if they're bringing you in as a full-time contractor consultant, you're going to be paying your own taxes and benefits. So technically it doesn't matter if you have work authorization. If you can legally set up a business, that is your work authorization. If you're in the country and you are not supposed to be in the country, that's a whole other thing. I don't get into politics on my stream. I'm a citizen. I'm an immigrant citizen myself. So I've gone through the process. If you ever have questions about that, you're welcome to drop that as well. Zombie Hedgehog, thanks for dropping by. Always appreciate your streams. Got a lot to learn from you around building boron stuff. I'll definitely be by your stream some more. All right, what you'll be doing, you're going to be a contractor. Yep, the contracted. Yep, you've told us this about 16 times already. You can drop the contracting thing. Will be responsible for providing a higher level and wider scope of management to projects. Okay, yep, you are a project manager, so far checks out. And project teams, in addition to completing projects, you will also oversee the project customer support process. Wait. I wish I had a sound emote for like putting on the brakes. You're going to be a project manager. You're going to be building the projects. You're completing the projects for the company. You're also going to oversee customer support. That's not a project manager's job. That is a customer support manager's job. This position requires expert level Excel and VBA skills. Yeah, you already told us that. You'll be responsible for managing and cultivating. You already told us we're responsible for managing, but cultivating the client relationship. Wait. They're expanding so much here. You start out as a project manager. Now you're managing customer support, and now you're managing client relationships to ensure that projects are delivered successfully. Why am I interacting with clients to make sure your projects are done successfully? You will also be responsible for the work. You're going to be responsible for other people, for their work if one is assigned to... Wait, you will also be responsible for the work of the associate consultant if one is assigned to one or more... Okay, so they're bringing you in as a manager. They're going to put people under you, and you're also responsible to manage them. Well, yeah, you're a project manager. So you're managing the project, but you're also going to be managing people on that project while also working on the work and managing customer support and cultivating like client... What was it? Client relationships? This position requires some availability during regular business hours throughout the work week. Well, yeah. I mean, they want you to work full time. So I would be expecting like something close to a 9 to 5 kind of thing on here. Initially, this person will split their time 40% on project management, 60% on consultant work. When the heck are you going to get 60% of your time to do consultant work when you're managing like 3 other teams, including your own, plus managing the projects on top of all this? Right? Okay. Companies really need to stop using words like ninja, Jedi, rockstar. They are very male centric and male focused terms, and they need to start dropping those. Again, you're excluding people who don't think they are a ninja. Statements below describe you. You've been the Excel person at each job, each place that you've worked. You love designing forms, reports, dashboards, templates. I mean, some people do. That's fine. I would probably put that first on this list of descriptive things. This would be a nice to have, but at every job I've ever worked, I need to be like the point person for Excel. You've lost track of how many VBA macros you've written over the years. Like these are like fun, cutesy little things of like, oh yeah, I've written so many, I don't even remember how many. You have strong power query skills. Yeah, you've already outlined a lot of the technical skills that you want us to have. You find it fun to put dashboards together. You already told us that up here. Like you're repeating yourself again and again. Analyzing data. Is that really a project manager's job? That would be a data analyst job by nature. You find connecting to APIs to Excel exciting and challenging. Like they're repeating themselves. Like I already love forms, reports, dashboards, and templates. Just tell me that I love working in Excel. You've completed more financial models in Excel than you can count. Like, welcome to the redundant department of redundancy. You take direction well and welcome feedback. Yes, this is an absolute must-have at just about any kind of job. And the first thing that you want to do when you get that job is you want to let them know, hey, I'm very open to feedback, good or bad. If it's bad feedback, do it privately. If it's good feedback, whether or not you're okay with it publicly, set that right out of the gate. Like as soon as you start a job, that first week, everybody that you get introduced to that you work with, no matter what kind of job you're doing in tech, sit down with everybody and be like, hey, just FYI, I love getting feedback. Like I really appreciate like any little thing you see me do. Like if there's some way that I can do it better, if there's something that you see, something about my process that you think I could improve, please tell me. I would love to hear it. Let them know that, because then it lets people know that they're okay. Like just, hey, James Pro, dev, like, hey, I noticed that like how you did this thing. Like, did you know that if you did it this way, like it might speed this thing up? Or, have you tried doing that? Has that made that, any better? Like, just let people know all the time you're open to feedback, and it will absolutely change your work relationships. Be open to feedback. Absolutely. This I love. So far, one of the few things I love. Arby's Ninja probably qualifies for the job. That's great. Even when I was at Arby's, I needed to be the Excel guy. That's right. First time chat from Zerimus. Always good to let your manager know you like receiving feedback. Yeah. Well, not just your manager, but like other people on your team. Like even the people that you're working with. Like, hey, if you ever see something that I could do better, just let me know. Like, that's all you need to say. Literally that one sentence. Just be like, I'm like totally cool with like anytime you see something that you think I could improve. I love improving myself. I love learning. I love growing. I want to get better at this job. So if you ever see anything that I can improve, like just holler at me. Or if you see something that I'm doing bad, I would prefer it like privately, DM me on Slack or something like that. Like just let me know privately. Or if we get on a call together, just let me know that privately. Like I'm happy to take critical feedback as well. And not everybody's good with like public praise and things like that too. So let people know like, hey, you know what, if you want to like give me a kudos or a pat on the back kind of thing, like I'm really not much of a spotlight kind of person. So I'd prefer that not to be done in public. I get embarrassed by that kind of thing. And I prefer that not to be public. Like if it's something where like there's a whole bunch of people in Slack and you're like, these people all contributed really great, then that's fine. But if I'm like the one person you're calling out, I would prefer not to do that in public and just put it out there. And if they kind of like impose on that boundary, then just say, hey, I appreciate it. Next time I would prefer that to not to be done in public. That's all you got to say. I had one before who specifically liked how I liked being praised, or asked how I liked being praised. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's different with that kind of stuff, but yeah, I really like this. Always like you want to be able to take direction and take feedback. Prioritize client relationships. You know how to cultivate them. That was part of the stuff that they mentioned earlier. You're serious about being a professional consultant. This tells me we do not want to hire you as a permanent full-time employee. We are absolutely thrilled that you want to be an outside consultant that we can just say, like, you're done as of the end of today. We want to be able to let you go with no reason, no cause, whatever. We really want you to be a consultant here and not a full-time employee. For me, that's kind of setting up a flag of like, it sounds like there's no hope ever of joining this team in a permanent role. But that's okay. They're setting a boundary here as well. They're setting a boundary that this is only ever expected to be a consultancy, freelance kind of job. And when it's over, it's over. Whether it's a term, like an amount of time, like a term of, so many days, so many months, whatever, or just until we decide you're not a consultant here anymore. You're able to balance multiple client engagements. You already told us that. Strive to exceed expectations. Meeting expectations is kind of like the bare minimum. But you also want to be careful not to set something up and somebody up where it's expected that you're constantly trying to exceed expectations in order to meet their expectation. If their expectation is that you're always going to exceed their expectation, then that bar is just getting higher and higher and higher, and it starts to become unattainable, and it leads to burnout. I would be careful with this one, to be honest. That's not even a little bit true. They're definitely interested in full-time. Yeah, well, they're interested in full-time just as a full-time consultant. You have solid work habits for working from home. So, this is good. But if you're working from home, you really need work authorization. They want to hire you as a consultant. They want you to work from home. So why do you need work authorization? If you can get a business license to set up a B2B kind of relationship to be a consultant, that's all they need. They don't need to know if you're a Visa or whatever. Like, they don't need to know. Bonus points if you have any of the following. Airtable is a great online database. Zapier is a good way to automate things. Power BI, okay. UiPath, okay. This is a contractor. Yeah, you've mentioned this about a bazillion times with the potential to turn into a full-time employee. No, you're serious about being a professional consultant. What the heck? We prefer somebody who can work during regular business hours and is located in Nebraska or Washington, but you just told me I could work from home. We prefer somebody who's in Nebraska or Washington. Doesn't mean you have to be there. This job post is kind of all over the place here. Antosha, I'm going to head out. Good night, everyone. Appreciate it. Definitely reach out on LinkedIn. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. Everybody that came in on those raids, really appreciate you coming by. Thank you so much. And I will get back to the Lego, I promise. What you get? We are a small company. Oh, that's wonderful. You're treating your employees like garbage and you're not even a big business. This is a contractor position. What? Why didn't you tell me this was for a contractor? If only you had said something in the 1,000 lines of text above this that mentioned this was a contract role. I got this far. Darn, it's a freelancer job. Here's what you can expect. Flexible scheduling. Well, not really. They want you to work regular business hours. That's not flexible. You get to work from home. You already told us that. No dress code. Please have some kind of dress code. Like, you must be dressed. That would be a great start. Solid pay? No, not really. $35 an hour to be a manager of like 15 gazillion different roles and all these different people and things that you got to do. That is not fantastic pay. Bonuses for excellent work. Okay, what's the bonus structure? That would be one of the first things I'm going to ask them. You're only paying me up to 140K a year. Those bonuses better be pretty solid for meeting those expectations. But again, to meet their expectations, you have to exceed their expectations. So they're already kind of setting you up for eventual failure. No selling. we do that for you. Well, yeah, it's not a sales job. You're a project manager and a customer support manager and a customer relationship manager and a manager of a team of other project people. I'm glad I'm not a sales manager on top of all that. Oh boy. $35 to $70 an hour. Flexible schedule referral program. Okay. That's not much of a benefit, but okay. I talk about that a lot on the stream. I would rather pay somebody internally for like a referral bonus of $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 to find me a good employee instead of paying a recruiter or like all the time and energy and effort it takes to actually hire somebody can cost between $10,000 and $30,000. I would rather give somebody else like a $2,000 to $5,000 referral bonus to find me a really good qualified candidate. But I wouldn't list that as a benefit. That's just, this is part of how we do business. This being a benefit means, you know, this is on top of everything else that we do for you. Look at how awesome we are. This is them patting themselves on the back. Flexible schedule. Again, you've told us that here, but you've also denied it here. You want somebody who can work during regular business hours. Which is it? Supplemental pay type as bonus pay. Okay, but how? Like, you told us up here already, bonus for excellent work, but you haven't really told us what that threshold is. But like, they repeat themselves over and over and over. All work is currently being done remotely. Okay, that would be another thing I would be asking them is like, is there an expectation to be a hybrid role or to come back to the office at some point? Are you able to work regular business hours in any North American time zone? Sorry if you're out on Atlantic time or Newfoundland time. What interested you in applying for this job? I was really hoping to be a consultant. How many years of Power Query experience do you have? Are you able to utilize VBA for for loops, user form interactions, passing of variables, UDF? Like, really? 5 years of expert level, and they're asking whether or not you can pass a variable? I'm sorry. If I was hiring a programmer with 5 years of experience, I would be asking for way more advanced things than this. Like, tell me your favorite optimization technique for memory management in your code. That would be expert level 5 years of experience kind of question, not, hey, do you know how to pass a parameter in a function? Like, what's a global variable? These are entry level questions. These are not 5 years of experience expert level questions. Please explain your experience level as it relates to these specific functions. I've got 5 years of experience writing global variables. What do you want me to say? This education is garbage. Experience. What? I have to know Excel and VBA? How many different ways? Like, we're not even done getting through this job post. How many more repetition details do you think we're going to see here? Oh, look, they expect you to know English. Yeah, you already told us that. Oh, it's going to be a remote job? Yeah, you've already told us that like 3 times. We're hiring 1 candidate for this role. Good luck with that. Posted 30 plus days ago. That's no surprise. Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of place is this?
Yeah. The name of the company is Prosper Spark. I would like to spark something else over there, I think. Looks like HR wrote that. It looks like 3 different people wrote it, and HR just mashed it all together and didn't even proofread it. That's what it looks like to me. Sounds like a shell company. I mean, it sounds like it could be a legit job, but yeah, I don't know. Even if I was like an expert level Excel VBA person, I don't think this is a company I would apply to. There are too many things in here that set up too many flags for me. This is not something I would personally apply to. Like, as a hiring manager, looking at the qualifications and what they call requirements and whatever, this is not how you write a job post. You want to write a job post to sell why they should come work at your company. Like, what kinds of exciting things are they going to be doing? You want to kind of like, you have to sell them on like why it's going to be awesome to come work for you. and not set up like you need to know this and this and this and this and this, and you better be this and you better be that and you better be all these other things, and you better call yourself a ninja. And if we call all 15 of the references that we ask you for, and they don't say Ian was our Excel guy at every single one of those jobs, you don't get that. You don't get hired. Like they're setting you up for failure in so many ways here. I would not be happy with this myself. That's my 2 cents. But yeah, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Good job post, bad job posts? Ryan Hawkins, do you think some of that is from numerous unqualified bombarding them with applications? I mean, maybe, but it doesn't give them the license to just repeat themselves over and over again. Like somebody needs to go through and proofread this and go, okay, we said remote a billion times, we said consultant a billion times, but oh wait, we did say way down at the bottom like this could convert into a full-time role. Like, tell us that at the very beginning. Like, yes, you're coming in as a contractor, or call it a contract to hire kind of role. Like, if you work here for 6 months and everything's checking out, we're going to bring you on full time. Don't paint it like, oh, someday we're going to hire you as a full-time employee. That's just dangling a carrot in front of somebody to like get them to chase, more and more of your unmet expectations, where they want you to exceed expectations in order to meet your expectations. Like, it's just, do I think it's the Indeed template? I don't think so. I've seen other job posts that are much better written than this. Yeah, I'm not a fan myself, but that's just me. But
What kind of place is this?
yeah, I think Patrick kind of hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, well, that's the job post for the night. So thanks for that, Chrissy. I love doing those. That's like my new favorite thing. We had Fix'em Dude in chat earlier. Fix'em Dude is the person that designs a lot of these kit cards that I'm 3D printing and giving away in October. And Fix'em Dude has very graciously agreed that if you donate $20 or more to the fundraiser for my diversity and tech fundraiser, I can send you a whole bucket full of these things. So thank you, Fix'em Dude, for that. Go give Fix'em Dude a follow. He's here on Twitch as well. Really, really, really classy individual. Maybe an HR ninja wrote it. Maybe that HR ninja was a consultant. Yeah. So that's the kind of stuff I do on my stream. So drop by my stream on Thursdays and Sundays. I'm gonna get back to doing some Lego here, I think. I'm doing one of his prints right now, the Star Wars pumpkins. Oh, Star Wars pumpkins. He uses Star Wars pumpkins? Are they imprintables? I love the minis from Fix'em Dude and Wexter. They're like my favorite things. Where do I find said Star Wars pumpkins? Would you be nicer if the person who wrote the job posting was in chat? No. I mean, you asked for my honest opinion. I gave you my honest opinion. And to be perfectly honest, we have had people in chat go, "Hey, like I work at this company. Like, you want to, can you take a look at our job post?" And I'm like, "Yeah, F minus minus." And they're like, "Cool. I'm going to give all that feedback to our HR team." And like within a couple of days, they rewrote the job post and reposted it. So hopefully it helped them out. Yeah. No, I'm happy to give honest opinions. And if it is something that you wrote, I would be a little bit gentler about it, but I'd still let you know, like, hey, this needs to get fixed. You need to reword this. Like if anybody in chat ever comes by and says, I wrote a job post, could you help me improve it? Then yes, I will be far more tactful about it. But the fact that this is just like, hey, I found a job on Indeed. Do you want to take a look at it? I'm going to give you my honest opinion either way. But yes, if you present it as, I have written this, can you give me some help to improve it? That's a very different ask, as opposed to like, what do you got? So these are like snowflake things. Hey, look, it's a land speeder, just like this one. And I even printed it in a similar orange. The Millennium Falcon, which is printing right now. Where are these Star Wars pumpkins? Oh, you sent the link. Thank you. Oh, those are awesome. Little mini pumpkins with Star Wars. Those are great. I want to print like really big versions of those. I will take that into strong consideration. Well, yeah. So that's how I do what I do on the stream. So I also do resume reviews. I love just helping people out. If you got just questions in chat about like, I got an interview about this, or how do I answer this kind of question in an interview, whether it's technical or behavioral, or I'm in this kind of situation. What do I do? I've got just tons of playlists on YouTube. You can go check out that content anytime. I'll drop my YouTube link in here again. I also have this that I want to kind of bring to everybody's attention to. Not everybody is comfortable with asking questions publicly. And so if you send a whisper to my bot, it'll show up as an anonymous chat. So if you want to ask a question, but you're like, I don't want my name on there, you can send a whisper to the bot, and it will show up in chat and say, the bot will come up and say, hey, we had an anonymous question. So keep it short. Otherwise, if it's too long, then the bot can't post it either. Like, you can't post more than 500 characters, and the bot uses several to like print the emoji and to say it's an anonymous question. So keep it relatively short. If I need more context, I'll ask for it, and you can just send more and more whispers, and they'll all show up as anonymous things. If people abuse it, I have a way of shaming you, so I know who you are, and we will all find out who you are if you start doing spammy stuff or bad things. But Chrissy Codes, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate that. Come by anytime. I'll come hang out on your stream again. Go follow Chrissy Codes. Chrissy Codes is really great. Learning some Python and going through some really interesting coding things over on her channel. Loves to engage with her chat. Absolutely loves engaging with her chat. So go follow Chrissy Codes, please. And thank you for the subscription to YouTube. Appreciate that. So yeah, I love just helping people out on my channel. And with that, I'm going to go work on some more Lego. So I'm going to go back over here. Our Millennium Falcon is printing, and I've got to go find one more part over here to build on this tiny little brick over here. So I'm going to switch my microphone, and I'll be watching chat over on another screen over here if other questions come up. But otherwise, yeah, thanks for looking. Feel free to ask any other questions kind of as we go. I'll try to pay attention to them kind of as I do my build. Yeah, let's get into that. So I'm going to switch my mic over to the other side so y'all can hear me over there. Audio. Switch over to microphone number 2. So y'all can hear me. Hello. Here we go. All right. So let me know if the audio gets quiet. I will. So I've got the one little. Chrissy Codes asks, how did I create such a robust network? Do I have advice about it? Some of it is just from being in the industry a long time, but also just getting out and meeting people. That's honestly the best way to just get out to meetups and just let them know, like, hey, can I get your LinkedIn info? I'd love to stay in touch. Find them on LinkedIn. Just do some outreach or get somebody else to give you an introduction to them. That's honestly the best way to start building that network. But then it's up to you to nurture it. Like, just having connections on LinkedIn and then not nurturing it doesn't really win you anything in the long run. It's like, I got a network of like 5,000 people. It's like, great, you know 3 of them. I would rather build up a network of people that I actually have conversation with. So everybody I connect with on conversation and just chat with them about, like, what do you do? How are you involved in tech? Not to be all sales pitchy, but like, I can help you out with. This is what I do. This is what I'm good at. How are you going to nurture that relationship with someone else? Those are all important things to sort of take into consideration to network. And by the way, if you do bang intro, if you connect with me on LinkedIn, if we're not already connected, I know Chris and I are not yet connected with me on LinkedIn, please send me a connection request. Follow. There we go. So yeah, if you go follow that link, it'll take you to a little GitHub page where I give you some instructions on here's how to use my network that I can introduce you to other people's instructions stream. Gonna drop by and on LinkedIn, say, hey, I see that you know so and so. Can you give me instruction? If you hit me up on LinkedIn and you say, do you know anybody at this company? I'm probably not even going to respond to that. I got to do some of the link myself. So you can follow that link and see whether I know that company, find out who those people are. Just reaching out to me and saying, hey, Ian, can you see at so and so company? Absolutely. Like, all day, every day, I will make those kinds of say this person at this company for this reason. I will absolutely. You just have to. I've had a lot of people past 5 or 6 years. Be like, you know anybody at this particular company? I could go look that up for you, but I would rather you went and look that up. That's why I wrote out those instructions. So yeah, absolutely take advantage of that. I love helping. Also, if you just want general advice on LinkedIn profiles, GitHub profiles, stuff like that, I'm happy to. Instructions. Yeah, I'm more than happy to look over GitHub profiles and LinkedIn and give you my thoughts. Um, Keeping in mind that everybody's got opinions. Armpits, some of them stink, or have to take advice. Just listen to me. I often tell people, go listen to lots of people. You have to just listen to me. Go listen to lots of people. You'll form a better opinion. Listen to lots of say, I don't even hear music. Stop. Stop. Mic is going in and out. Yeah, it's because I wasn't facing the mic, and I have to talk at a certain volume for them. I was curious why the music was both sides. Halo, what are you up to tonight? What's you got going on? Lightning Junior? Appreciate that. Drop by all those raids. This is the most raids I've had in a single day. Free Heathen raided in. Uh, Goblin raided in. Chris Perillo raided in. Lion Wolf raided in. Most raids I've had in one night. That was great. Always happy to have new folks drop by. Unwinding finally. That's awesome. A busy day for you, Lightning? Or Layla? Day for you? What stuff are you doing? Right, so far this has turned out to be a pretty good sized hilt. Dark Saber. It's like this is like the belt clipper here. It's not held in by very much though. It'd be a little bit this thing like falling out of the horse and also bent it. together pretty good. Their instructions are pretty clear. It's a beefy build. A beefy build. These are really cool. First piece. Side, so it gives a nice rounded. So, silver ones are going to stand out a little bit, so it's giving texture. Way of doing it to get active. Wish I could zoom in a little bit. The gray ones like stand out a little bit taller. But it's pigs directly straight. Arch piece. Getting that arch piece on there. Looks like our Millennium Falcon just finished. 2-hour print. Keeping a while here on out stuff. It's cool down. So, what's everybody else up to tonight? Anybody else into Lego or 3D printing, job hunt kind of stuff? You got questions about job hunt stuff? I'm still totally, absolutely happy to screen. There's a break for you to drop questions anytime. Again, I stream Sundays and Thursdays. Off hours streams. Giveaways. You can come by anytime I'm streaming. Daily giveaways. Follow, you don't have to subscribe. You subscribe if you want to share any bits or so all that money is matching. Laylo had a busy one. Do I run all 3 printers at once, or do I just run one all the time? That's a good question. I have run them like 24/7. I was doing the Dragon giveaway back in May. I was all so it was extremely busy. So I have in the past. Right now, the Prusa printers are pretty quiet. I was trying to figure out like which of those kit cards I wanted to print, see what quality I would get on them. Once I get an idea of like which of those kit cards are more popular with people, I will start. So most of the giveaways will be uh, so, um, so yeah, I don't always run them 24/7. Through once we get into October and we start figuring out the way, then I will do them full time. Depending on how many giveaways we hit, it's not just like constant solid giveaways. Like I'll be doing probably 3 streams a week. Once we get into November, we'll give away for the entire month. That's the big prizes that you're definitely getting. And yeah, from there we'll get by ear a little bit, see what people. So usually in November and December, I kind of wind things down a little bit for the holidays. I still stream twice a week, all the time. Right now, ending to stream. Absolutely. Anytime. As far as 3D printing goes, kind of going in bits and spurts. To be honest, like sometimes I'm nonstop. Like I'll find a model that's like, oh, I really like those fidget cubes that I showed. If you stream earlier, showed the cubes. It's these things. So I have them printed in a lot of different colors. They basically just hold. So the model that I have has the squares hinges. Just assemble yourself. So it's meant to part. And you just assemble all the pieces yourself, and you put the hinges and the blocks in sort of orientation. Snap hinges in place. Hit it right. You put all the hinges in the right spot, and these are really great if you're just the kind of person that likes having a fidget thing. I like taking these things on car trips, like if I'm or something. It's like staring at while someone's driving staring outside. I usually take one airplane with me, traveling for this trip. It's usually some little kid that's like, if they're old enough, like I've given more of them to coworkers than I have to children. Grown-ups like them. Does look fun, yeah. Do you ever fall into rabbit holes looking for prints? Sometimes, but for me, I also find it a little bit easier to say, like, what, I'm looking for a particular thing, so it's not always a never-ending thing. I have gone on those for sure. I think more when I first got doing a whole lot more. Oh, let me go explore that. I think that happens to most people as they get into 3D printing. After a while, it's kind of like, oh, okay, like I want to take a. So I've gone for times where I kind of question, like, why do I have so many 3D printers? I sold a couple 3D printers. As soon as I sold them, I get an idea. Suddenly, I'm trying to be a lot responsible with how I do that too. But there's a lot of really neat stuff to 3D print. But I got into 3D designing stuff too, just for stuff around the house. It's a lot of fun. Just trying to find practical itself. It's just finding ways of bringing a hobby, something sort of self to some degree. 3D printing can be expensive. At the same time, you have to be practical about, like, if I can go to the store and I can buy something for $5, but it's going to cost me, like, I got to go buy a $20 spool of filament, have the printer turned on for hours and hours and hours, so much power and wear and tear on the printer. Now I got to replace parts on the printer. Like, go to the store and buy a part. But if it's something where I can't get that part anymore, somebody's got to print for it online. One of my over-the-head headphones I wear, Bose, power button broke. I actually found somebody who modeled the power button. So power button. And I took the headphones apart and I replaced the power button. Otherwise, I couldn't ever turn them off. I turned them off. Power button broke, so I could never turn it back on. It's disappointing, to say the least. So power button. So in that case, it wasn't like, oh, go buy a $5 part. In that case, I don't have to go buy it. So sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's more just for the gimmick of. But you like most hobbies, you have to be responsible. Be grown up about it sometimes. It's costing me way more than I'm actually getting really worth it. So yeah, you do need to be responsible. Long number of holes on one side. This is one. 7. So that. Side. 7. Two pieces. But these two pieces are. As I stacked on before that, there were holes on one side. It's those two pieces. Those two pieces. Where I'm at in the build, I think I'm supposed to have a hole. So, hoping it's as simple as just like. Here's whether it's instruction on the side. Oh, I just put it sideways. All right. Inverted. One thing I'm noticing about this so far is the hilt actually bends. Hard to show on camera, but this thing actually bends quite a bit. I imagine once you get the other side of it built out, sort of sturdy. Also, not something where you're actually going to out with a saber fight with somebody because it's straight. Well, what's everybody else up? To do around rabbit holes. It can be easy to do. I've been 3D 5 years, so I don't really get caught in this rabbit. There are occasional times where I'll find extra support. So, probably slice them all. So time consuming. It's a factor stuff. Yeah, it all comes down to like what time have you got. But if you're hanging out in chat, let me know. Let me know where you're from. What kind of stuff are you interested in building? Consider yourself odd sort of design. If you are also a Lego fan, someone asked in chat earlier what my favorite Lego set was. You got a favorite Lego set? About giving away a Lego kit. Got other things already like. So, favorite. Let's see. Let me know in chat. Build Lego. Everybody got real quiet. Got back to the Lego side of things, but have a favorite Lego kit or something. So, it was like really sturdy. So, deep out, just start straight over to about it's just say channel takes here. So, it's just a half all rib. I think I'm gonna go on this for a little bit. I didn't see any instructions. Start this build. What else is going on tonight, everybody? If you're lurking in chat, you're part of the 100 gems. So far, it's the content part of it. So, learning styles, what you're, how your software team yourself. Thing I'm noticing about this kit as opposed to other kits is zoom. Any extras. So far, it's not a problem. So it's not that the rib is broken. It's just so. It's used up exactly. So parts. Finish this up and then pull that print. Silver. One more giveaway. You know if you're still there in chat. I'm going to change my mic over. That's part of the hilt done. Here we go. All right, I'm going to go get that print off the printer. I'll be right back. We had Fix'em Dude on the stream earlier when I was slicing this for my printer, and there were a few concerns over the quality of one part. I think it's going to be okay. I think it's going to be all right. It actually came out really, really nice. Let me switch over to here. It came out really, really nice. The printer. As you hold it at different angles, you get sort of different sort of light reflecting off the different bits and parts and give it some texture kind of as you hold it. Really. Wodude says, I've been grinding out projects for my portfolio. I've been putting it off for too long. 3 solid ideas. Great. Devilbird says, sounds like you're getting switched to your camera mic instead of your mic. No, it's the other Yeti, so it should be the one right in front of me. Does the audio quality sound a lot worse than the other one? I need to just set up a Stream Deck button to say, like, switch my microphone. I'm gonna do this on a regular basis. But I'm curious if Devilbird, I'm curious now it is, but when the quality drops, it sounds like a microphone in the room, not that one. Interesting. I wonder if it's trying to, like, it detects my voice and it's like trying to do it from there. Like, I don't have any noise gate or anything like that on this microphone right now. Usually I use a plugin called Crisp. It's the plugin that Discord actually has built into the Discord software. And I use that at home, and I would normally go through that. But if I don't talk at kind of a consistent volume, then the noise gate and the noise cancellation, whatever, is too aggressive, and my voice starts getting really choppy. So especially when I've been streaming for close to 4 hours, talking for close to 4 hours, my throat's feeling a little raw. Normally by now I'd be like grabbing some tea or something like that. But it's also 10 o'clock at night, and if I drink some tea, I'm going to be up all night. So yeah, Crisp is pretty aggressive. I wish I could like dial it down a little bit, like just a little bit would be nice. I've tried setting up the noise gate and stuff in OBS myself, but I want some other software to manage that and just be able to filter out like the 3D printers and stuff, just so people aren't hearing that or hearing the kids, or, you know, if they're in the kitchen above me and they're using the blender and things like that. So yeah, thanks for the hydrate. Grab some water. This channel is not sponsored by Hint Water, but and I got bottles of this stuff on the stream every time. They actually came out with a flavor last year in smaller bottles that was watermelon and mint. And oh my gosh, it was my favorite. The next time they come out with it, I'm going to buy like cases of the stuff because it is delicious. And then they discontinued it. They're like, oh yeah, we're not going to carry that anymore. It's like, why? It was amazing. Hey, Corflus, good to see you in chat. Hello, sir. Coming here for the good vibe. Awesome. I like to give out good vibes. This is what I do. Tonight, working on some Lego. We were working on specifically. I'm not sure why Patrick popped up there, but this is what kind of place is this with the good vibes? Hopefully. But this is what I was building a little bit earlier. So I've got part of the hilt built. So we built the first part of the hilt in here. It doesn't have this part, the silver part here that you see on the magnifying glass. It doesn't have this part of it built yet, but we built this whole part of the structure with the black and gray ribs and so on. They actually don't have the little loop here on the end on their photo that I built on mine. But so far it's turning out pretty good. So that's how much of it we've built so far. So we're one bag in. We got 3 more big bags to go, and then bag 5 is a smaller bag compared to others. I imagine bag 2 is probably going to be the rest of the hilt, and then start into the like the pommel and stuff like that. Bag 2 will probably like build out the rest of the hilt, and probably you know, more of this portion of it. And then I'm guessing that bags 3, 4, and 5, and 6 are just the blade and like the tip of the blade. But yeah, so we're doing that. We're doing some 3D printing. We're talking about the giveaway and stuff like that. We did a bunch of giveaway draws. Gave away 3 things tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna need the scraper to get that off the print bed. But yeah, the Millennium Falcon in a silky silver actually came out really, really nice. So I'm gonna pull that off, and I'm gonna actually, Devilbird, since you're still here, I'm gonna go model out the Star Trek things for you, and I'll get those started in a nice silver color for you. So this silver is Polyalchemy Elixir silver, And Polyalchemy, I think, got acquired by someone else. And I think they're trying to sell the filament now under a slightly different brand. Let's see, Star Trek. All right, so we got three different versions of the Enterprise on Deep Space Nine. I'm gonna see if I can get all four of these to fit on a single print bed. Load these as a single object with multiple parts. No, all. There we go. I might have to get a little crafty with how I'm arranging these on the print bed to make sure that they've got room for all of them. Yeah, I think that's fine. Rotate this one. That. Oh, it won't lock at a exact degree. Okay. There it will. Oh, okay. We're good. Let me go over to this screen so you can see what I'm doing. While I'm on the screen, add. Add that screen. That screen. Cool. So this is the Star Trek build plate that I put together for Devilbird. Devilbird was one of our giveaway recipients. Let me move that one over here. I'm gonna move that one over here. Back over here. Most slicers are horrible at like trying to auto arrange things on the print bed. But Devilbird, this is going to be your Star Trek kit. Dad joke. So same designer designed all of these, and Nikozin makes a lot of other really cool models as well. And there's a little bit of texture on this as well. Now one of these is called experimental. I forget which one was experimental. I think it was this one with the clips. So there's this one where these parts just kind of fit into each other. Where this one is like more of a clip thing, where these things like clip into here instead. But otherwise, like it's gonna roughly look like the same Enterprise, just slightly different. And then this I think is the old like original series Enterprise, and then you'll have Deep Space Nine. So that'll be your 4 kits. Yeah, nobody redeemed first, so you were the first. You're not the first, but you're the first tonight. So yeah, thanks for that. And hello there to you too. I'm trying to get the hello there redeemed to actually pop up like Kenobi, because it should be coming up with like
hello there.
a little hello there video. Seems to be off screen at the moment.
Hello there. Hello there.
Maybe it was just not in the right position.
Hello there.
Yeah, let me see. Can I redeem a hello there? No, I gotta wait 2 minutes. I'm even cooled down on myself for popping that up. Yeah, it would be fun if I could actually get that shown up. Yeah, so Devilbird, this will be your build plate. So I'm gonna go scrape this Millennium Falcon off. We'll get this one started, and then I can get stuff shipped out. Yeah, Corfless, what else are you up to tonight? So yeah, I've got the Millennium Falcon in the silver color. I have a slightly bigger version of it in this glint gold color. So it's slightly bigger. Yeah, just a little bit bigger. So The gold one I printed as big as I could on my other printer. And this one has a slightly bigger build plate in both directions. So my other printer is the same width, but only a portion of the height. It's build height. It's like this one's like 256 by 256. My other printer's like 250 by 210. So this is as big as I could print it on my other printer. This is, normal size. I could actually increase this to actually fill up more of the build plate if I wanted to. It would actually fix some of the print problems on that one part that I was concerned about. I could just scale that up and print it again and just keep the bigger version of it. Might try that after I do the Star Trek ones. But let me go peel this off and I'll get that print started and I'll be back in a minute. All right. Sliced up. Send that over. Here's how well this will slice. All the little pieces look okay. Pretty good. Parts here are a little bit tiny, a little bit thin compared to the original. Holding up pretty good. It'll be okay. I could make them all a tiny bit bigger. That'll help with some of those smaller parts. So I gotta tell it not to do the calibration lines here as well. We don't put those over running anything. So let's go in here. Can I make just an individual piece? Scale. Oh, here we go. It's which would 10% more? I think that'd be fine. It's just a tiny bit bigger. Let's rearrange the plate. And 110. Okay. So here. And get these printing Devil Bird. I'm gonna guess at, I don't know, hour and a half to print this out. Hours. Let's see. 3 hours. Totally worth it. And it actually won't take that long if I tell it not dead low and stuff like that. I will have it do the ironing on there, so that's what gives it the really nice smooth finish on the top. So like the ironing on here, I think it's fine. I haven't figured out how to adjust the speed to tell it to go faster, but I'm not too concerned about it because the quality of this looks really nice. I didn't buy this thing necessarily for the speed. I bought it for the multicolor and just having like an enclosed sort of printer. So yeah, I think this is good. Save as, and we'll call this Star Trek bundle. Thing. Don't need bed leveling. These things you really like. Bed leveling you don't have to do every single time unless you know that you've adjusted something. And the flow calibration I've already done on this particular filament, so I don't need to do it again. I do need to enable the AMS, that's their multicolor filament system, because that's where I'm loading the filament from. Otherwise, you're supposed to use the little spool holder on the back of the printer, which I don't have attached. Send it, and it will be off and printing. It'll be done, hopefully, while I am nestled warmly in bed. All right, so while that's going, so the printer has an integrated webcam, and so we'll be able to watch kind of what it's doing as it goes. It's always fun to watch those things. I go off and do the thing, we'll be able to watch the temperature and stuff over here. Kind of watch the temperatures go up of everything. So it's giving us the temperature of the nozzle of the bed itself, and then the overall temperature inside the printer. And if the printer gets too hot, we can always open the door a little bit, or we can open the lid a little bit just to vent a little bit of the warm air. Sometimes having the enclosure too hot for too long won't work well with this kind of film. It's just PLA film. HMS is sent done already. Hasn't even started printing yet. It's 2% finished. That's pretty good. There's an interior lamp that you can turn on or off, but it looks like the camera's kind of adjusting for low light anyway. And that little thing that you hear kind of clicking over here, that's just a nozzle wipe that it does, so it's letting a little bit of filament kind of ooze out on the printer a little bit, and then it wipes it off so that when it starts printing, it's all clean. You don't end up with a little bit of extra ooze on the print surface. Looks like I have control over the fans. The AMS here is basically saying like, hey, you've only got this one color kind of loaded up, and you can come in and you can modify it and say what color it is and what filament it is and so on. It's a little bit hot for this PLA, but it's actually printing pretty nice. If it needs to print really fast, it'll actually increase the temperature, so it'll melt a little bit faster to do its work a little bit. Yeah, I think the 10% bump on size is gonna be good on this. But yeah, it came in yesterday. Got it unboxed throughout the day today, and that printing. And yeah, so far the prints on it have been pretty nice. I printed a Benchy, printed a little maker coin that came with it, and then printed this little, like, if you've ever seen like these little 3D printed puzzles. C Films rating with a party of 1. Well, hello, C Films and your party of self. Appreciate the raid in. Thanks for dropping by. Curious how people find me. I don't think I've seen C Films in chat before. But thanks for dropping by. I typically stream about interview prep advice and career advancement, negotiation tactics, and all that kind of stuff around getting jobs in the tech industry. But tonight I was going to do something a little different. We were doing some Lego stuff. I was building out, was the recipient of this bad boy. So it's a life-size replica of the Dark Saber from the Mandalorian. I won this in a giveaway, so we started building it out tonight, and we got part of the hilt, the bottom part of the hilt built up, and so that's been pretty fun. We got this much of it built, and it's going to be a beefy build for sure. It's going to be pretty fun to finish putting together. So we have the rest of the hilt to build, and then the pommel, and then the actual blade itself. And I want to try to figure out if I can mount it in front of the lights back here. See how that does over time. Then I got other Lego kits and stuff like that. So normally I stream Thursdays and Sundays, and around like tech interview advice and things like that. So I'll be streaming tomorrow night, and always happy to take questions, or I'll answer your question here in a sec. But in the month of October, I'm doing a fundraiser for diversity in tech. So I'll be streaming kind of off hours And whenever I'm streaming, I'm doing a giveaway. We've already done our giveaways for tonight, though, but you're still welcome to get an entry for the giveaway. So do !giveaway. You get a free entry to the giveaway. And then at the end of the month, I'll be doing a big giveaway. So every time you come by the stream, you do bang giveaway, that'll give you an entry into the monthly giveaway at the end. You can actually watch. I don't have rehearsal. Cool. What kind of rehearsal? So you're trying to get a tech job. So C-Films, let's chat about that. DG776. It has been a minute since I saw you last in chat. It's good to see you. Been, I'll say 3 or 4 months, maybe, since I've seen you in chat. It's been a little bit. How you been? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. I'm doing an off-hours stream. We're doing some Lego and some 3D printing, talking about the diversity in tech giveaway and stuff like that. So if you're selected as a giveaway recipient, I'll send you like some sort of 3D printed kit card like this that you assemble yourself. So I got to make sure that I print out the instructions and stuff for people when I send these over, that you don't just get some random thing in the mail and you have no idea how to assemble it. So I'll make sure that you've got all of that. But I actually want to go back over here for a second.
Hello there.
Get this on camera. So just let me. So what it's doing right now is it's actually doing a check of like, you know, where, like, is there anything currently on the print bed? So it's actually got what they call LiDAR on here, and it's actually scanning the print surface to see, like, is everything perfectly smooth? It's accounting, like, it'll account for all the little bumps and stuff from the glue stick that I just wiped on there real quick, and it just helps with, like, getting stuff off the print surface a little bit easier later. But yeah, it's basically tracking through, like, does everything look okay before it starts putting down the first layer of plastic? So kind of cool that it does this. DG says, my streams are awesome. Keep up the great work. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate you coming back. It's always fun having folks come by and chat. You've been busy, still have that IT job you got back in January. That's great. Remind me again what you're doing in your job. Okay, so C-Films. You're looking for a software developer or data analysis job. Okay, those are both great. You currently work in quality and road construction. Okay. How are you learning software development? Are you part of 100 devs? Are you part of, like, are you doing some other kind of program? Are you going to a boot camp or anything like that? Are you self-taught? Give me some insight into how you're learning software development, or is this just like, this is what I want to do and you're not even sure how to get started? So let me tell me a little bit about what your journey is so far. You're part of 100 devs. Okay, cool. DG, just level 1 help desk. I mean, that's fine, dude. You got a job in tech. That's great. From there, you'll be able to kind of plan out a little bit more what that transition is going to be. And I've chatted about that recently on the stream of, like, when you go for that next job where you want to be a software developer, tell them you did that on purpose because you wanted better, like, user empathy, and you wanted to better understand, like, how to take care of users and take care of customers and things like that. Like, you did that on purpose to make you a better software developer. Some people are like, oh, I don't want to take like a CS job or a QA job because then I'm going to feel pigeonholed in that thing and I'll never get out of it. Not true. If you have a good story to tell about why you took that as part of your journey, it's so much better. Cool. So you've been coding for 6 years. You're part of 100 devs. All right. Have you ever had like a software development job, or are you going through 100 devs to sort of build up those skills a little bit more so that you're more marketable? You're currently developing a website. Okay. What kind of job are you looking for? Like, you mentioned software data analysis, but like, is there a specific kind of development role that you're hoping for? It would be good to kind of hear a little bit of that. I know it feels like we're playing 20 questions here, but I need a little more context into what your journey has been and where you currently are on that journey to better help you, like, with advice and things like that, or what kind of advice you're actually looking for. So I do all kinds of things on the stream. While you're replying to all that, I'll just drop some more resources in here. I've got a whole YouTube channel you can check out. I've got lots of pre-recorded videos over there. I've got full episodes of like previous live streams where I've had guests on the stream, and I've interviewed them about their journey into tech and how they got it into software, or how they got out of software and they started doing some other kind of role. I do resume reviews, so you can pop a resume over here if you ever want to send me a resume. I've got my socials. You're welcome to connect on LinkedIn and YouTube, and I've also got this link that I'm going to drop as as well, or how to utilize my LinkedIn network. So once we're connected on LinkedIn, how to utilize my network to go see if I know somebody at a particular company that I can introduce you to. So then you can come back and say, hey, can you introduce me to Ian at this company? Send me their profile. Like, tell me who you want me to introduce you to. Don't just say, do you know anybody at this company? I probably won't even answer that message. But if you say, can you introduce me to this person at this company and give me their LinkedIn profile, I will happily make introductions for folks. Interested in databases and developer advocacy. That's awesome. Sirota, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. So interested in databases. So that sounds more back end. Although developer advocacy, that's a whole other ball of wax. I do developer advocacy myself right now. I'm a developer advocate for Postman. Developer advocacy is kind of a combination of like marketing and support and tech and programming, like all wrapped into one kind of role. And so it encompasses a lot. And some people will want to focus on a particular part of advocacy as opposed to just, I just want to be an advocate. Because that's a pretty vague kind of term. Knowing what kind of advocacy you want to do. Like, do you want to do product advocacy? Do you want to do specific kinds of training? Do you want to build workshops? Do you just want to be a content creator? Like, what kind of developer advocacy do you want? That'll help in that journey a little bit. Data analysis, there's a lot of work in data analysis. Like, how do you get data out of a database, and how do you let that data tell the story of what you're seeing? I literally gave a talk yesterday at a conference in Vegas about some data that we collect as a company at Postman, and sort of my interpretation of like, this is the story that I see from this data. It wasn't even necessarily what the company presented as this is what we see from the data, but like when I look at data, I kind of let it tell me the story as opposed to having a story in mind and making the data fit that narrative. I like to look at the data and go, what is this telling me? Like, how can I look at this from lots of different angles and lots of different lenses to figure out what is this data even telling me? Interested in web development, knowledge enthusiast on movies and TV. Okay. So knowing some of that is going to be really helpful for the kinds of jobs where you may want to apply for work. If you're really big into movies and TV, and that's like, you're like a movie and TV kind of buff, if you can find a company that does that, that's going to make you a much better candidate for their job than if you just go apply for any random sort of web development type of work. If I'm a movie and TV company and I open an entry level role and you apply for that, and you tell me why you're so enthusiastic about that, it shows a lot more passion that you're going to bring to that job every day than just like, hi, I'm Ian and I've got these skills on my resume. I'd like a job, please. But if you're like, you're into movies, I'm into movies. You're into TV? Let me tell you everything I know about TV. Like, we should work together on this. Tells a very different story in that introduction. So any kind of projects that you can make about what you're passionate about is really good to put on a resume. But you also want to try to build projects that cater to what the company wants to see. So if there's a company where you're applying for work, even if it's not movie and TV, if there's a company that you see that you really want to work at, go find a project in your portfolio that's going to stand out to them because it's something that they do or it's using technology that they use. But then tell the story about, I built this project with you in mind because it's using these kinds of technologies that I see your company also uses, or I see that your company's also into movies and TV, and this is a project that I made about that, that shows the fundamentals of programming. You can also build a project about the fundamentals of authentication, authorization, database, CRUD functionality, form processing for CRUD functionality, database design, like how do you design out those tables, all that kind of stuff. Like, just show me that you understand the fundamentals, and then show me a project that I'm going to find really relevant as that hiring manager, and I'm way more likely to interview you. But if I'm a film and TV company and you're like, I built a to-do list app and I built this app, for my friends to like get together and figure out where we're going to eat lunch. It's like, okay, like, yeah, you built some apps, but it doesn't really jump out at me as that hiring manager going, whoa, check this person out. Look what they built. Like, yes, you can do the job, But are you really bringing that kind of passion about what we do as a company? That stands out a lot more to hiring managers. And so the more you can build things that they care about, the more your resume is going to stand out. Especially when you're sort of introducing yourself and getting to know people at that company. Just say, hey, like I'm a huge movie and TV, enthusiast. Like I'm all about that. This is what I want to be doing as a job. Your company does that. How can I get involved? And introduce, your projects and what you've been doing and why you're passionate about that kind of stuff. You're going to really stand out a lot more to those companies. Cool. Well, you got a whole website. Let me go check that out. So, films.com. Great that you got a personalized domain. 6 Degrees of Seattle, Seattle movies, Seattle born. Okay. So 6 Degrees of like Kevin Bacon kind of thing. C Films is a greater Seattle area media and data tool with a focus on movies filmed in Seattle. Oh, okay. So this is a very niche kind of thing. All right, I get it now. Seattle movies, Seattle born actors. Okay, cool. Washington City facts. Cool. I got you. Okay, and Oregon City facts. So it started about Seattle, but suddenly I'm reading about Oregon. I know they're close, but I would probably not put the Oregon stuff on there unless there's something like highly relevant about that. But I love the quiz on here. Great. Disclose in Seattle is one of the highest grossing movies. Oh, is the highest grossing movie filmed in Seattle. Yes, true. The Ring was released in 2002. Was it? Things I Hate About You included Naomi Watts. Ooh, I don't even remember that movie. Bianca. Not born in Seattle. I don't know. I'm guessing at some of these. I got one of them correct. The highest grossing movie filmed in Seattle is The Ring, and The Ring was released in 2002. Yeah, good little quiz. It's fun. It's a good way to kind of hook people in. Follow on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram. Cool, you stream, so go, everybody that's watching, go give C Films a follow. Follow myself. Cool, you're on Twitter, you're on the Instagrams, get your contact info. Built with page, built with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, SQL. Okay. Oh, you probably don't need to say SQL on there specifically if you're mentioning SQL as your relational database, unless you're doing like complex SQL queries, like above and beyond of just like simple selects and so on. If you're doing like really complex queries, then having SQL on there as a language is okay. Otherwise, it's not really necessary to put on. Services and skills, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP. So right off the bat, when I look at the service and skills page, I would probably, like if you're looking for a software development role, I would probably list JavaScript and PHP first and put HTML and CSS second. You want to look like whatever kind of programmer they're looking for. If they're looking for a PHP programmer, you've got PHP at the end of the list. When we instinctively read those lists, we think that whatever's at the beginning of the list, you know better than what's at the end of the list. And so reading that list, that tells me you're like an expert at HTML and you kind of know PHP. If I'm looking for a PHP developer who can do full stack, I want to know first and foremost that you're a PHP developer and you can also do front end. So I would rearrange these a little bit. So that also comes down to like when you're building a resume for a particular company, you want to customize the order that you put these things in. You want to customize which projects you put on there. So generally what I tell people is build a really big resume, put every project, every tech, everything that you've ever done, make a massive, massive resume. When you're ready to apply for a job, you copy it, make a copy, and you tear it down to one page by taking out everything that's not relevant to that company. So take out the projects they don't care about. Take out like the bullet points on old jobs that they're not going to care about. If you worked at a Blockbuster Video or whatever, like some kind of like movie video rental kind of place, whatever, if you've done anything along those lines, put those jobs on there. Again, it's showing relevance to a media-based company that I've been doing this all along. Like this is really what I love doing. But some companies, they're not going to care as much about that. And so you can kind of pick and choose. Like which elements of your past job experience and project experience and so on that you want to put on that resume. So you want to highly customize the resume for the role. And the best way to do that is make a big resume with everything on it. And when you go apply for a job, you make a copy and you trim it back down one. The website is a cross between IMDb and Wikipedia. Seattle movies by title or year. 10 things I hate about you. So is all of this information sitting in your database, or are you calling an API to go fetch this like on the fly? I'd be curious, like where are you currently fetching this from? Streaming service to watch it on. It would be cool if you could actually somehow link to that movie on Disney Plus, so I can literally just click on that, and if I'm logged in, it'll just start playing the movie. That would be fun. One thing I might do, if you don't mind, can I show your site on here for a minute? You made your own database. Do you mind if I show your site on the stream here for a minute? I wanna offer like a few ideas. Cool. Hey, Juggling, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Let me go over to here.
Hello there.
Oh, there. So on a lot of these, they're all kind of lining up on this margin, but the runtime doesn't. It kind of goes off to the left a little bit more, and then the movie age is like way off on the left. The 1999 and the 97 minutes seem lined up, and all of this, like this, the dollar amount here seems indented a little bit more than Disney. I guess the 97 and Disney are lined up with all of these. Like the 53 million, it looks like there's a little bit of extra gap here that's pushing the dollar amount to the right a little bit. And then this is like off to the left a little bit. So I'd probably like try to fix that up a little bit. But if you have scraped this data from somewhere to build your own database, you may want to be careful about where you got that from, because a lot of places will say like, hey, you can call our API and fetch our data, but you're not allowed to keep it. Like, we are the source of truth. And so they'll be okay if you want to like dynamically pull this stuff, but they generally will kind of say like, nah, don't copy our data. Like, it's our data. But if you literally went through and like did a bunch of research on, from multiple places, and you built your own database, you may want to put some sort of like, this is where I got my data sources. Like, I went through and I manually built this database from IMDb and Wikipedia and blah, blah, blah. Like, list out the places where you got that data. Yeah, so I get you're not using an API. So you may want to say like, where did you get the data? Just so that people have an idea of like, did you manually insert all of these? Like, is this literally every movie that was ever made in Seattle ever? Or are these just what you've built out so far? Like, were there only ever 42 movies ever filmed in Seattle? That would be one thing to kind of think about, or just say like, this is a work in progress. I'm constantly adding to it as I find, new interesting information. And then by year, kind of going in descending order. There really not been any movies filmed in Seattle since 2016, or you just haven't found any. So those be interesting things. But there are a lot of movie APIs out there that you could be fetching this from a movie API instead of building your own database for it. Just saying. On these ones, you've got this little checkbox next to the title. Oh, okay. So is that for me to hit this movie's watched? Like, it's not clear what these checkboxes are for. So from a user experience point of view, like, I'm kind of guessing if I check these checkboxes and say I've watched these movies, where does that actually get stored? Does it store in your database? Does it store in my local storage? Like, where do you hold on to that data? That would be something I'd be kind of curious about, because you haven't asked me to register or log in or anything like that. So I'd be curious, like, how are you tracking that I have watched these things? Actors. I think I recognize Ryan Stiles by name. Oh, and Rainn Wilson. Say off the top of my head, I don't know that I recognize too many other names. tracking how many movies you watched. Okay, so I'm curious then, like, why put the checkboxes on there and have a button? Like, what do you do with that data? Like, if I click on those checkboxes and click that button, like, what does that do? That would be something where um, the other thing that would be neat is like, go show me the movies that this person has been an actor in. Um, that would be kind of an interesting thing to see. But, so yeah, when I go back to the movie screen here, you don't really tell me what this checkbox is for. And when I come down here and I say movies watched, okay, you've watched. Okay, I got you. So if I select one and click a button, that's just a dynamic off. It's off. If I select a bunch, and then I refresh, it goes away. Okay, I got you. Okay, so it's an immediate, like, let me go through and count all those checkboxes. I got you. Cool. So one thing that you may want to do is like actually call out like, hey, go select the movies that you've actually watched and click this button and see some statistics about it. And then you might want to actually say in there like, this data is not stored in any way. Like, I'm not storing this in a cookie or anything like that. But that would be an interesting thing where, as a user, like if I go in and I select those things on one computer, that I could log in on another device, and you keep track of that. If I do register, it shows another layer of, you understand about web development, about authentication and authorization, that when a particular person logs in, they can modify their own profile, uh, and sort of maintain like their library of movies and check off the things that they've seen and things like that. Those would be kind of interesting things to sort of learn about from an application development point of view. Not everybody's super comfortable with that because they don't want to store personal information, like logins and passwords and things like that. So if you can do like a login with Google thing, just say like login with Google, and using your Google ID, I'm just going to track like which movies you've seen. Like, you understand how to design that database and store that data. So when I log in later, you're going to remember that data. Or just store the stuff locally in their local storage on the front end. Like, just tell JavaScript like, hey, store that in a local storage. Now, if I log in on another device, it's not going to be there because I store the stuff on my desktop, not on my phone. So that's not going to synchronize. And sometimes that can be a confusing user experience. It's like, I thought I set this. Like, why do I have to do this again? And then you go back to your desktop and you're like, see, it was here. Um, so you could say like, I store it locally within this browser, but if you look at this on another device, it won't be there. Again, you want to set up a good user experience. And this is part about where you learn about advocacy, where you're advocating for a user of what's going to be important to them. Like, how do you give them a good experience? How do you advocate either for the product or for the user or both? And looking at those aspects of things makes for a better user experience, and that's how you grow in being an advocate. Strongest coding languages are PHP and JavaScript. Yeah, that's great. So I mean, you can do a lot with those. Like with PHP, you can still do OAuth. Like, you can build out the OAuth stuff. You just need callbacks and things like that. It's pretty well documented. It's a pretty straightforward kind of process to do something like OAuth. To go say like log in with Google or log in with Facebook or whatever platform you want to use. But then it puts the identity provision on them, so you don't have to store a username and password. You can just say, yeah, just go log in with Google or whatever. If you want to store these results, you can log in with Google. SEO is fun. There's a lot to do with like in the SEO space to really understand like how things get called up. So if I search for Seattle Movie Database, MovieDB, Movie Database, Seattle Municipal Archives, MapQuest, IMDb, Seattle Gov, movie theaters. I'd be curious, like, how many pages do I go through before I find your site? I mean, aside from the ads for like Alaska Air. So part of SEO is knowing like what sorts of terms do people look for in order to get there. So far, bottom of page 4. I haven't found your site at all. Not saying that your SEO or SEM is bad. I'm just saying, like, maybe you just didn't account for that set of keywords. Um, so I'd be curious, like, what kind of keywords drive people to your site? Like just Seattle movies or something like that. Like, what would I type in here to actually find your site? I mean, just searching for Seattle movies, I'm going to get like every movie theater in the world. So it's going to have a ton of results. Ranked on the first page for Seattle born athletes. Okay. There you are. Very cool. So Seattle born athletes. So it's literally picking up these words. And because you've got it in a big header, the search engines are like, okay, well, that's clearly what this page is about because you've got this in a header. So boom, here we go. Seattle born musicians. So you don't have the same term on the page. So if I Google musicians born in Seattle, that might hit on SEO. But Seattle born athletes, Seattle born musicians, Seattle born actors, um, those are the terms that people are going to have to search for in order to find your site. So those are the kinds of consistencies that you'd want to see on a site. So when I search for that specific term, yeah, no hit on 2 pages. That you know, so those are things that you can continue to work on. I mean, SEO takes a long time. There's no magic potion when it comes to SEO in my experience. Um, but yeah, overall, like it's easy to navigate. The colors on it are pretty muted overall. Like you got the purple and you got the shades of grays and silvers and so on here. Aside from the yellow button from time to time, which kind of looks like an IMDb or Amazon style button. Um, yeah, I think a little more like imagery or so on could help from like this is a cool looking site. Not saying it's not cool, but I think you can always go through and find something to improve on websites. But yeah, it's cool. I mean, for the level of project that you've been building out, you've clearly put a lot of work into this. Yeah, I think that's good. My dad's family grew up in southern interior of British Columbia, and they would drive down to Spokane all the time. So I'm always curious about Spokane and stuff. Cool. Oh, cool. You actually link over to other people's sites. What you probably want to do is have them like, hey, go link back to my site. See if people can link back to you. That'll increase your SEO as well when people link back to you. Because right now you're increasing their SEO by linking to them. But if they can turn around and give you a link back, um, then that looks really good for your site as well. So something to think about there. But cool. Yeah, I mean, great project, especially when you're building the whole database yourself. I think that shows a lot of that you're willing to really stick with it, over a long period of time. So yeah, kudos for that. So yeah, so to transition from this into like a data analyst role, um, you might want to showcase like show me some charts about this stuff, like how many movies per year, like draw me a chart about that. Um, how many actors are born in those given years, or um, show me a chart of like the number of actors in the years they were born, and then make like a stacked bar chart of how many of those won some kind of like major award, like not necessarily just a Grammy or something. Oscar or something like that, but like any kind of award. It'll mean more work for you to like go build that into the database. But like as a data analyst, show me that you can analyze data. Like how are you going to grab this data and like kind of pick through it? Um, or go look at the movies that were filmed in Seattle. Go see where those people are from. Because you kind of call it 6 degrees of Seattle. Like, go find out like who worked on a movie that was filmed in Seattle. Now, based on those people, like how many people that worked on a film in Seattle ever won an award of some kind, and compare that against here's a list of actors from Seattle who won awards making any kind of movies, or here's the number of movies that were filmed in Seattle in a stack bar chart. Where you're showing like how many actors in those movies were also from Seattle, if any. Like try to find some way of actually analyzing that data and like put that on here as well. Like use D3 or C3 or something like that in JavaScript to actually build out those charts. Show me that you can actually analyze some of that data. Let me pull up those links that you just sent here. Okay, total number athletes. So number of athletes per sport. Okay. So that's a start, right? Like you're pulling in data and you're like pulling up charts on here. Same one. Graph height visualization of. Oh, this is just like a graph of whatever. This is just showing me that you can make a graph. Okay. Cool. So like how to use graphing libraries. So now go grab more data out of your database. Like go use that data to tell a story about something. Like here are the number of movies that were filmed in Seattle. These are where those actors are from. Like of all the movies filmed in Seattle, what are the top 3 cities that those actors are originally from? Like go find some information. These don't use libraries. Okay, so you're dynamically building these with like JavaScript and CSS. That's pretty cool. If you're doing it by hand, that's great. There are libraries out there that do that. And companies aren't necessarily going to be looking for people to invent things that can do it by hand. I mean, the fact that you can is good, but if you can also show, like, I also know how to use C3 and D3. So showing them a link to this and say, if you need me to build like a hand rolled kind of graph, here's an example of how I can do that manually. But I also know how to use these other libraries that those other companies are going to use. Because again, they're not going to be like, hey, we use this library. It would be really cool if we could do this by hand. It's almost always the other way around. Like, why are we doing this by hand? There's a library to do that. Let's just go use that. Because those libraries are going to have a lot of features and things like that. So if you can demonstrate that you can also use those other libraries, that'll go a long way for you too. But yeah, look through other data, and go see, even if you have to go hit like a movie API or something like that, like just go grab some data about, how many of these movies were in Seattle, where are those people from? Go show me like the top cities that those people have lived in. So we can see like of all the films filmed in Seattle, like 40% of those people lived in Los Angeles and 30% of them lived in New York City. Like show me a chart of that kind of data, because that's analyzing data. The first chart that you gave me here, this is good. This is going through and it's like counting stuff in your database, but you're not really analyzing anything. You're just counting things here, and there's a difference. Analyzing is like, let's go look at all the data and have it tell us a story of some kind. Where this is just, okay, of all the information that I've collected, this many were basketball players, this many were football players. Were anybody both? Like, are there any athletes born in Seattle that played more than one sport? And if so, which sports did they play? Like, go actually analyze like a little bit deeper into statistics and information and stuff like that. That's what data analysts are going to do. They're going to be looking at very, very deep sort of layers of data to try to correlate data and overlap data and try to find interesting things to say about it. So if that's the avenue that you want to go, you could look at stuff like that. And then just yeah, from a software development point of view, like you're on a really good start here, building out this website and maintaining it. It's hosted, it's fast, it responds quickly. I think all this stuff is fine. Sorry for the distraction of the 3D printer in the background. I just wanted to make sure that it was going to actually get started on those prints for Devil Bird. Okay. It's cruising right along pretty quick now. It's going to take about another 2.5 hours. It took half an hour just to do that first layer, and then kind of scan over that first layer and make sure that it's all good. Now it's like printing on top of it. But yeah, have it go through and like, try to find some correlation in some of this data. You've done a lot of data review in the jobs you've had. Okay, cool. But can you code it? Because you want to be a software developer, you want to be a data analyst. Like, can you code that stuff? Like, that's where I would want to see like a demonstration of how to do that in software and code. Especially like if you've done it at another company and I can't go view that code, then that's where you need like a side project to show me that you can do that. To say that you did it at a job is fine, and there's going to be some amount of trust saying I did these things at that job. They're still going to ask you to demonstrate that you can do it. So if you can show them that by building a project saying, I know how to do these kinds of charts, I know how to do different kinds of charts, I know how to like go pull all this stuff out of all these different tables, and here's how I'm analyzing all this data to go build this one little graph. Again, it just shows a lot more flexibility in what you're capable of doing. That makes sense? So you code on stream? That's great. I love watching live coders, so I'm going to go check out your stream if I have the opportunity to. I'll definitely check out your stream and drop by and say hi. Yeah, I would say like having a live stream is a good way to demonstrate that you can do things. If you can save those VODs or put them on YouTube or something like that, when you apply for those jobs, you can say, here's some videos of me coding, learning in public or things like that, or developer advocacy jobs. If people are looking for developer advocates around these kinds of things, then you can say, hey, here's some videos that I've made. Here's some content that I've made. Here's how I'm engaging with my community. Those are the things that are going to stand out as a developer advocate. So in developer advocacy and developer relations, we generally talk about three things, and apologies if you already know this, but it's code, community, and content. And how are you demonstrating those three things? So by live streaming, you're showing that you can code and you can take care of community. If you can build out content, you're also doing that by live streaming. And so you're kind of doing all three in one. But then how are you also focusing on each one of those things individually? How are you getting better at coding? How are you getting better at making content? How are you getting better at, engaging with your community or building up communities? Do you hang out in other PHP communities or data communities? Like what kind of community work are you doing there? Those are the kinds of things that you need to demonstrate for an advocacy or DevRel type of role. I've been interested in being a talk show host. Okay. So interviewing people on your stream. Again, that would be a good way of demonstrating like, this is how I'm learning. This is how I'm getting better. This is how I've practiced doing it. Something like a talk show host, you'd probably have to, I would imagine there would be some amount of like broadcast school or something you'd have to for that sort of thing. I don't know if you'd have like 322 followers on Twitch is good. I don't know that would be enough to get the attention of like a TV studio to go, oh, we need to hire this person to like come in and be a talk show host on something where they're going to be spending, lots and lots of money on it. You would need a quite large community, like probably in the millions, for a TV station to like pick up and notice. But talk show host, you can just do that on your stream. You don't even need a TV station for that kind of stuff. Just start interviewing people on your stream about whatever topic. I use a site called Polywork. If you're familiar with Polywork, go pull it up over here. So on Polywork, you can go through and you can set up a collaboration and say, I want to collaborate with people on a particular topic. So you can come in here and you can basically say, I'm open to doing these things, or I want to create an opportunity. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make a new opportunity. say I have an opportunity and say I want to interview people on my stream because I'm interested in doing this kind of talk show. These are the topics that I want to discuss. So if you know about this topic, if you know a lot about movies and TV, come on by. Like this is something that I want to get into. Um, so yeah, I mean, you're going in the right direction, right? You've got followers on Twitch, you're building up your connections on LinkedIn. Those are fine. But if you want to do something like a talk show, like that's the direction that you want to go, then you need to start demonstrating that you're already doing it to some degree. Same thing with being a software developer. If you want to be a software developer, you need to build projects that show me that you're developing software. If you want to be a developer advocate, then you need to show me that you're already doing some aspects of that job to show me that you can like step into the job. Very few companies are going to say, "Oh, you've never done that before? Sure, we'll give you a job to come do it here." Like companies want to know that you've got some amount of experience already doing the thing. And so you want to be a talk show host? Go start interviewing people and make your live stream a talk show. Have different people on, discuss different topics, have them back, have recurring guests, things like that on your stream that know a lot about whatever topic you want your talk show to be about. It's tough to just run like a general, like, oh, we're just going to have people on the stream just talk about whatever. It needs to be focused around a topic, and ideally a topic that is something that you care about. So I'm thinking like movies and TV or Seattle. Like, let's just go interview people that live in Seattle and find out what do you like about Seattle, where have you been around Seattle, what's your favorite place to go eat, what's your favorite hidden place. If a friend comes by Seattle, it's like, oh, you got to come see this place. Like, where do you take your friends in Seattle? Those kinds of things. And then that'll start continuing to build up that community, having sort of that niche sort of thing. So make your live stream about that. Um, you've got more followers on LinkedIn, so you can also stream on LinkedIn. You can apply to do live streaming on LinkedIn as well. And there's plugins that you can get for streaming, where you can stream to both Twitch and LinkedIn at the same time. I used to have one installed here because I used to do Twitch and LinkedIn and Facebook, but I got zero engagement on Facebook, and LinkedIn eventually dropped off too. I'm like, I'm just going to keep streaming on Twitch. I may go back and do LinkedIn at some point, but right now I'm mostly cultivating my network here on Twitch. A lot more engagement here on Twitch than on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, I would get the occasional question, but most of my engagement comes on Twitch. Because people can kind of they see their messages in chat and things like that, where it's a little bit trickier to do with LinkedIn unless you're using a tool like Restream or something. Cool, building out a whole new website. Okay, so is this one about like data analytics and like building up stats and drawing charts and stuff? So min, max, range, sums. Oh, make stats learning fun. Okay, cool. So again, like depending on the kind of role that you want to go get, those are the kinds of projects you need to build. So you need to build projects that companies are going to care about, and you need to build projects that you care about. But for a company to like really like stand up and take notice of who you are and what you're capable of doing, you need to build something that's relevant to them, not just the stuff that you're interested in. Like showing that you have something that you're passionate about is important. But if you're passionate and interested in what they're doing, that's more important to them. So the more that you can demonstrate that to them, the more you stand out as a candidate when you go apply for those jobs. So that's kind of the general advice that I give on the stream. It's like whatever 3 projects you put on your resume, you want one of them to be highly relevant to the company, preferably about what they do. You want one that shows the fundamentals of, I know, CRUD, I know how to build an API, I know how to do some front end, I know authentication, authorization, I know how to do database, I know how to do session management, like storing cookies. Like show me that you know kind of those fundamentals. And then the third project is like, here's just something fun and geeky that I really enjoy. Those are the 3 projects that you need to build and put on a resume. Now, those 3 projects that you put on a resume may be different from one company to the next, but if let's say you want to apply for a bunch of software development roles with TV and movie companies, then those resumes are probably all going to look very similar, if not identical. And so it really comes down to you doing your research on what is that company going to care about, um, and then how do I know which projects to put on the resume that are going to stand out to that company or that company or that company. That's where you get into customizing those resumes. Talk to a recruiter about a role at IMDb. That's Amazon. So Amazon is going to have very high bar around getting a job there. I interviewed at IMDb like more than a decade ago, and I didn't get the job. So it's a tough company to get into. Amazon has very very hard interview processes. You need to be an extremely good programmer. You need to grind on leak code, and then they've also got like leadership principles that you need to go learn and study and things like that to even get through their interview process. Amazon is also not a fantastic company to work for, especially if you're relatively new in the tech industry. It's very aggressive as far as how they treat their employees. It's very competitive internally. Managers are forced to uh, like they have to go through and do performance reviews, and they're only allowed to give out a certain number of exceeds expectations and meets expectations, which means they have to flag a certain percentage of their team as does not meet expectations. And if you get enough of those, you automatically get fired. And it's who goes above and beyond like all the time, or who is the favorite of the manager. They're going to get the higher ranks or the higher scores or whatever. And if the manager doesn't like you, they're going to give you the low score. And you get enough of those and you automatically get fired. So there's a lot of turnover at Amazon. Um, so, I mean, it's not a company I want to work at myself. That's just me and my take. I know they're in Seattle kind of area, but um, Microsoft is a much better company. I mean, they're still a big FANG company. They're still going to care a lot about software quality and things like that. Um, but they're a much nicer company as far as how they treat their employees. So, things to think about. Used to work in aerospace. Cool. Um, yeah, I mean, you've got a pretty diverse background as far as like the places where you've worked and the things that you're interested in doing. I think maybe focusing a little bit on this is how I want to utilize the knowledge that I have so that I can go get this particular job with this kind of company, or I want to go work in this kind of industry. I want to go work specifically in this industry. What's it going to take? And then figure out what kinds of projects should I be building to stand out in that industry. Because right now it's like, it kind of feels like you got fingers in a lot of pies. And it's like, I want to do this. I want to do this. I'm interested in doing this and I want this and that. And but I've got all this varied background. I think you need to be able to make that more concise and tell a story about here's who I am as C Films. This is who I am. This is what I do. This is where I'm taking my career. You're also going in that direction. So we should work together. That's the kind of story and introduction that you need to tell to companies that are going to be like, oh yeah, absolutely, we need to work together. We should, do this stuff. We should interview you and hire you. How do you stand out to that company? That's what's going to matter. And the more relevance that you can show them, the more likely you're going to get through their process. So if you've worked in aerospace and now you want to be a software developer, then go find an aerospace company that's hiring software developers. Go work at Boeing or um, Boom or Raytheon or whatever. Like if you've worked in that industry before, those companies also hire software developers. So go be a software developer at those companies. It may not be the most glamorous job and the best job ever, but you've already got experience in that industry. And so you're far more likely to get even called into the interview. And now you're practicing your interview skills. You're more likely to get those interviews and get a job at those companies than some completely different company that's unrelated to aerospace. Like they're going to look at that and go, oh, cool, aerospace, that's great. We're an insurance company. Like, how is that relevant to us? It's like, okay, you've worked in a highly enterprise classified kind of thing. So you're going to care a lot about data security and you might learn some best practices around that sort of stuff that you can talk about. But at the end of the day, how is that relevant to them as an insurance company if that's the new job that you're applying to? You need to show that relevance. You need to be able to tell that story. So being able to take all these different things that you do and have done, and how do you tell the story about where you're taking that with your career? Like where are you going with this? That's where you're going to stand out. I'm gonna go off camera for just a quick second here. Third-party recruiters keep calling me about jobs at Meta. Meta is also going to be a really difficult company to get into. Like any of those FANG companies are going to be extremely difficult to get into. They're going to be very, very competitive. They're going to expect like lots and lots of leak code style questions that you know how to do things like leak code. That's just their expectation as companies. There's no easy way around that. There's no easy way to get around. Even developer relations types of jobs, they're still going to ask you, like at those companies, they're still going to be asking you to do the same kinds of leak code style questions where they're like big into algorithms and optimizations and things like that, because the kinds of people that you're going to be helping, even as a developer advocate, are going to have expectations around being able to help them with those kinds of problems. So it's going to be just as hard to get those jobs, honestly, as like IMDb. They're going to be just as strict. There's no easy way around it. Was offered a data collection technician job at Meta. I didn't take the job. Oh, okay. I mean, if you got an offer from them, that's great. Data collection technician job. Interesting. I'm kind of curious what they do about that. I mean, these companies collect a lot of data on people. You know, that's part of why I don't want to go work at a FANG company. It's like, okay, you're tracking all this data, but like to what end? Like, how are you turning around selling that data? Like, there's something a little bit unethical about, you know, how much data people are tracking. Like, there was something in the news recently about TikTok and how much data TikTok actually tracks about their users in their app. Like, ridiculous amounts of data. It's like TikTok doesn't need to know every key that I type on a keyboard, but they're tracking all that data. They're tracking everywhere I go on my phone, like location wise. It's like, you don't need that data. So it's pretty ridiculous. Required a lot of walking and traveling. Interesting. I wonder, are they doing like geolocation kind of thing? Like they want walking paths around. That'd be interesting. Be interesting to kind of peek into that a little bit more to know what it's about. Cool. Well, I've been going for 5 hours. I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta work in the morning. But yeah, I would say like if you want to start exploring other stuff, like go hit up Polywork. Go go find people on Polywork that would want to be part of like a talk show style type of live stream, and like put a topic on there. Say these are topics that I want to cover on a live stream. If you know anything about it and you want to come by and just chat for an hour, you know, I'm looking for guests, you know, once a week for the next 3 months. Like these are the dates. Tell me which date you're available. Get you on the stream.
Yes, it was. It was good production value on seeing Vamper is always fun.
I think those are all pretty respectable.
You don't have to look for parking sit next to a noisy person. Yeah.
You know, kinds of things to put out there.
Great. We still can, right? Just like a weird mirror.
See
you
who
can? I don't think you can.
Picks you up on it, you know.
I live in LA and I don't think you can.
All right. I'm gonna.
Netflix and chill or old days of breaking news. I can't remember the story. Yes, but you can do it for new movies. That's why it was cool.
And there,
like
Kippy girl.
Any movie.
Girl doing coding tonight.
Catch?
Coding. Speech
You
app.
don't have try catches?
I've ever raided into Amish Ace.
I have no ears. I'm listening to music. Sorry, no worries, Claire.
Cool, he's in the middle of playing Macho Man, so we'll go right over there. So yeah, follow along with me. Drop some emotes. Amish is a really great guy. I won that Dark Saber because of Amish Ace, so I'm building that out.
How long will I
see you over there? I'll be streaming tomorrow night, and I'll
probably
be doing a lot more like career development.
3
stuff.
hours,
So
I would say.
catch you over on Amish's
3 hours.
channel. And
Oh, you're a
have
huge
good night.
Grievous
See y'all
fan?
tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't know, Josh. I have to think about it.